The situation in the United States now with the fake President Trump reminds me of a friend who has a sister who is a drug addict. And she borrowed money from all her relatives and friends and everybody until the well went dry, and they wouldn't lend her anymore. And now she says that she won the lottery and she's going to pay back everyone with interest. The problem is she didn't win the lottery. It's delusional. The same thing is happening with the fake President Trump. This has been going on for a while now. He says he's got $18 trillion in investment promises from around the world. It's just not true. It's not happening. Nobody's investing anything. Then he says he's got $18 trillion in revenue from tariffs, when in fact his revenue is $238 billion, which is not even enough to cover a month's deficit, trade deficit, or budget deficit for that matter. And now we're seeing some similar delusional behavior as far as Greenland is concerned. He thinks that somehow by grabbing Greenland, which is part of a NATO allied state, that it's going to solve all his monetary problems because they've got all these rare earths. Again, the problem is, even if they do, it'll take 7 to 8 years to develop, and he's got bills coming due on January 31st, so it's not going to be on time. The same with Venezuela. He says, oh, we got all this Venezuelan oil. Yeah, all right, they've been stealing oil tankers, but guess what? U.S. has also had oil tankers stolen from them in the Middle East, so that's not working. And the big attempt to grab Iran's the gold, has failed. The real reason for this failed color revolution in Iran was, as I wrote in my weekly report, to grab the Persian gold hoard, which is apparently huge. It's more than the official reserves of the entire world. And remember, the official reserves are only gold that was recognized by the Western financial system and has their stamp on it. It's not the real amount of gold in the world. In any case, the rest of the world is not accepting any more IOUs from the United States. They want payment in physical silver or physical gold. And the fact that they failed to grab the gold in Iran means they're desperate. I don't see any way out of it except one, which is to accept the Dragon family offer of $100 trillion. This would be used to finance the Jubilee, to cancel all debt, public and private, in the West, to finance a huge rebuild of U.S. infrastructure, for example, a high-speed train network connecting the whole country, all sorts of things. And also, we would promise that we would cancel all debt, public and private, and everybody would become the owner of their current residence. And landlords would be compensated with the equivalent in rent. And as it's been pointed out, people who actually own their own houses and paid for them will be given an extra reward in the form of ownership of corporations that will be confiscated from the satanic oligarchs who stole it through central bank fraud. So all that is going to happen, but in the meantime, we still have this delusional megalomaniac who thinks he's Donald Trump. He's trying to invoke the Insurrection Act, and here you can watch the head of the Israeli Homeland Security. Remember, Homeland Security's headquarters is in Israel. And we have Christine Noem in this clip. You can watch her talk about the Insurrection Act.
Do you have any plans to pull out of Minnesota?
No plans to pull out of Minnesota.
How would you describe what you were seeing on the ground there? Would you describe it as an insurrection? And do you believe the president should invoke the Insurrection Act?
I describe it as violent and a violation of the law in many places. I discussed with the president this morning several things that we are dealing with under the department and different operations. We did discuss the Insurrection Act. He certainly has the constitutional authority to utilize that. My hope is that this leadership team in Minnesota will start to work with us to get criminals off the streets.
What this means is they want to use the military to shoot American civilians in order to to impose a dictatorship ruled by their fake Trump. That's what it means. Uh, and unfortunately, there's people also working against legitimate law enforcement to try to create a crisis to justify this military takeover. I do believe we need a military takeover, but not one controlled by the satanic Zionists. And you can spot them because they're the ones who are covering up all the Jeffrey Epstein files because they're in them. So, anybody like Pam Bondi or anybody in the current regime uh, that you're seeing on your screens does not belong in public office. Okay? Now, another thing that's going on is just like when the Romanian regime fell with Ceausescu, he kept ramping up repression and ramping it up until him and his whole family ended in front of a firing squad. And we're seeing similar repression in the United States. And, for example, I'm pretty sure that the creator of Dilbert, Scott Adams, who just died, we know that was it Jonathan Greenblatt, CEO of the ADL, is going after people like Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens. And as a result, I've been told that a death warrant has been placed on him, trying to suppress the truth. So another person who I've heard a death warrant has been put on is Lindsey Graham, because he's been calling for the assassination of Vladimir Putin, the sitting head of state. So this is not issued by us. This is issued by someone else. I'm not at liberty to discuss who they are, but they told me that such warrants had been issued. So, the battle is going on, but we are winning. And the control grid is failing. For example, we have the Iranian Foreign Ministry explaining to Fox News that the killing in Iran was carried out by Mossad. What's interesting is that it got through onto the U.S. screens because this whole recipe for color revolution involves causing, first of all, economic turmoil so that people get unhappy. Then they pay protesters and target the anger towards the regime. And then they have people shooting both the police and the protesters to try to get them to fight each other. And they tried this, and instead what happened was the Mossad snipers were taken out, and the Iranian armed forces were able to protect their country and their people. And of course, you won't see that on your Western screens because, unfortunately, these criminals still control the mega corporations, and that's what needs to be taken away from them. We need to remove their control of Google, Microsoft, all the big high-tech companies. They need to be removed from that control. And also, the United States military really, really does need to get back to the real world and live within its means, because right now it is a gigantic parasite. For example, take a look at this clip of a so-called rocket company that got $4 million from the U.S. military. That's the sort of thing that happens when you have a magic money machine, but ultimately it's parasitical. It sucks from the strength of the country you're supposed to be supporting, and that's no way to run a military. If the military was run by sane people, one of the first things they would do is get rid of all those aircraft carriers because, as the Chinese have pointed out, the Russians can sink them all within half an hour if they want to. They've got the missiles to do that. So militarily, they're expensive white elephants, and they need to be removed. And the money saved should be put on, building hypersonic missiles. This is the sort of thing that needs to be done as soon as we get sane leadership. And again, the last time we offered this $100 trillion from the Dragon family, the forensic trail led to Barack Hussein, Thunder of Satan Obama, who blocked this money from being used to help rebuild America. And this time, the money is being blocked by the Rothschild family, who are using the fake Trump who's been around since June of last year. And that's what's blocking it now. So, we have Jean-Michel de Rothschild posing as Brigitte Macron. We have Nathaniel Rothschild. We have the Edmund de Rothschild Bank. We have Barclays Bank. And we have the Vatican Bank. These are the people who are preventing the rebuilding of the West. And refusing the generous offer from the Dragon family to help rebuild Western industry and rebuild Western civilization. Uh, but it will happen anyway. We're going to have to let things collapse a bit more. It looks like Israel is being abandoned. Ehud Barak has been spotted fleeing the country. Benjamin Netanyahu has left. Uh, and I was told by the Iranians that the satanic, racist state of Israel is going to be replaced by the nation state of Judea, which will be a multi-ethnic, multi-religious state, and that the temple will be rebuilt once Judea is established, and the Jewish people will be freed from thousands of years of satanic slavery. This is, to the U.S. military and to the law enforcement agencies. Take a look at this clip about baby formula from Florida.
Today, as part of our Healthy Florida First initiative, we are launching what will be a series of, I believe, major announcements focused on safety and integrity of our food supply. We are beginning with baby formula because it affects the most vulnerable among us, and we have an obligation that we absolutely must get this right. The Florida Department of Health has collected 24 infant formulas from 7 different brands purchased for multiple locations, both online and in stores. Those samples were tested for arsenic, cadmium, lead, and mercury. And what we found in those 24 samples was troubling. Of the 24 infant formulas tested, 16 of those formulas contained at least one, if not more, heavy metals that exceeded federal standards. There is a silver lining, however, that is really important to mention. Some of the formulas did not show elevated levels. That tells us that contamination is not inevitable. There are better choices for parents, but we have to stay on top of this, and we have to drive accountability.
So 16 out of 24 samples contained toxic substances. The same is true of 90% of the cheese. Okay, we have these Satanists who control the fake Trump are literally trying to poison you and your family. Okay, we need to take action. This is legitimate self-defense. They've been caught poisoning us, and this is not something that you could just idly stand by and let happen. Please remove these people. We're all waiting for you to get off your butts and do it. I'm personally doing everything I can. I want everyone else listening here to do the same. We've got to end this. The nightmare has to end, and humanity has to be liberated from this satanic nightmare. Okay, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. Are you saying the ICE agent who shot the woman in Minneapolis is a Israeli Defense Force officer? Your quote from last week, is that what you meant?
Well, I've been provided with evidence that a lot of the ICE agents are actually Israeli Defense Force soldiers, and that most of them have been trained by the Israelis. The same people are killing people in Gaza. But as far as that particular agent is concerned, I have no idea. He may well be an American citizen illegally, and he should be in jail. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We'd like to get your thoughts on the current mayor of Minnesota.
You know what? I'm going to skip on that one because I don't have enough knowledge to give you an informed comment. But I will try to do some research on that and talk about it in my next weekly report. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Weekly, you tell that the Chabad death cult is going to be removed, but could you list the names of the individuals running this cult and where their operations are conducted from, if you are aware?
I believe that you could actually look it up online. They're openly listed, and the names are available. But what you have to understand is that Chabad are the army, the brain control army, but the real leadership is the Octagon Group, the Rothschild family, the people at who control the World Economic Forum. But Chabad centers, they for years they say, oh, we're just a harmless Jewish group. We mean good, but The reality, as can be seen in their own writings, is that they have been working to kill 90% of humanity. But again, uh, it's all public information. Just look up Chabad, and you'll find a list of all their locations. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Apparently, there's a video by Stuart Lowe being interviewed by Nino Rodriguez. States they are wishing to make 3 super states, Russia, China, and the U.S. They are very much pushing the synagogue of Satan to be in charge as they speak about some sort of dome. I have zero desire to be ruled by no-hide laws up here in Canada. What are your thoughts about this?
That's not going to work. This plan will fail. We are definitely headed for a multipolar world. So it'll be like any village where we have certain rules. You don't go into your neighborhood, and we all get together to deal with things that we share in common. But it's not going to be some kind of centralized dictatorship like these people are planning. That 3 group idea is not going to work. And personally, since you're in Canada, I'm pushing for Canada to liberate the United States and restore democracy there and good government. I want Canada to take over the United States. Next question.
Evan, we have our last question for today. Since famous entertainers are usually compromised with unpleasant circumstances to make them servile, is it possible actor Timothy Busfield acted against his handlers and is being exposed as punishment? Any evidence that he may be helping the White Hats?
You have to judge from what he's saying. If he's been talking about pedophiles and stuff, then yeah, he's been targeted. But I don't know the details in this case either. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself this week, and I hope to see you again next week.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So, this shoulder. So, over my shoulder there is what I believe is a pyramid. All right. So, we know that there's lots of these all over the earth. Right. It's not just the Gaza pyramids. There's pyramids all over the world. And a lot of technology that was in the pyramids, like power, controlling the weather, controlling earthquake activity, that's all been suppressed, lost, and for the most part suppressed, right? So that pyramid back there was probably put here at one point or manufactured somehow to control the earthquakes, because this was and is a very high earthquake activity area. And of course, we have Lake Tahoe down there. Kind of hard to see it with the sun, but it's back down there, right? So Lake Tahoe's got a fault going through it. 3 of them, 3 faults going through it. Now, there is a possibility that there could be in the California-Nevada border a big earthquake, because we're seeing a lot of movement. And as I'm going to show you, Dutch Sense was talking about it, where there's movement that's coming down along the San Andreas Fault that's building up, and it looks like it's going to be released as a pretty significant earthquake, I believe, in California, as do other people. Will it be this time, or is that energy dissipating? Remains to be seen. All right. So let's one of the things that happens with all of the solar electrical energy that's coming at us, which there's been a significant amount of it, Schumann resonance going spiking. Normally what you find out is it's not when you F around and find out, but when you do research, do critical thinking and find out, use your intuition, you find out that there's definitely some activity that usually happens after these occasions. All right. So we haven't had a very significant earthquake from all that activity that came in. So, maybe multiple earthquakes that's been happening is dissipating it. I don't think so, but it could be, right? So I'm not going to say absolutely we're going to get a major earthquake, although there's a lot of people that are predicting it. All right. So the energy that's coming in is causing this massive storm also that's going to hit the East Coast. And it's going to be a back-to-back storm system. So this one that's bringing lots of snow, lots of ice, which is a lot worse than snow because it basically, impacts the trees. The trees break over the power lines. The power lines break from the weight of it. And you get electricity out when there's some serious cold weather coming in. So a lot of the, globalists want you to believe that global warming is the threat. No, we're in a cooling cycle because whatever the globalists say, think the opposite, right? If they point the finger at you and call you a racist, they are, right? So all of these things that they've been putting out for a long time is false information. And it's very obvious right now because the amount of snow that's falling throughout Europe, in Russia, and soon in the United States is, record breaking by far. In some areas, since records have been kept, they're being broken by these weather systems. So let's look at what's coming in. This is Weatherman Plus. I always like him. He always does a nice little, at the end, he does a prayer. So I like his information. He's a cutting edge, in my opinion.
On the latest information, look at this. It did another shift, everybody. So over here, starting in northern Texas instead of Oklahoma, around 5 o'clock tomorrow evening, this is where you're going to start getting freezing rain.
So 5 o'clock tomorrow, Friday, is when this starts, all right? Or approximately. Could be a little bit earlier, could be a little bit later, whatever, all right? So when it starts, there is a strong possibility we're going to have a lot of loss of life, right? And in some areas in the northern United States, we're going to see 40 to 50 degrees below normal. And you go outside, you're outside for like 10 minutes, and if you got exposed skin, you could get, frostbite or die. So there's always more death during the winter than the summer. So again, the globalist BS, they're effing around. They're going to find out from us because we're pretty much finding out that they've been effing with us for a long, long time. All right. So a lot of these guys are getting ready to go down, and the rest have started. So we'll talk about that as well.
Coming through, why you getting some snow over here along Interstate 40 into New Mexico? Be aware of this. Now, as you go through the evening of 7, 8, 9, 10, all the way towards 11 and midnight, even all the way towards 1 o'clock. This is where it's starting to stretch all the way from Lubbock and Midland, all the way across northern DFW into southern Oklahoma, into Arkansas. Now, this is going by for midnight tomorrow into Saturday. This is where it stretches all the way across from Little Rock, Arkansas, into northern Mississippi, starts creeping into northern Alabama and for western Tennessee. The impacts over here are going to last for a couple of days as this tilts and goes on a deep.
So for a couple of days, you're going to get ice, you're going to get snow, deep snow in areas that don't normally get it. Maybe a couple inches, but they're going to get like, foot or more. So it's going to have a major impact across the U.S. So very, very interesting. I think it's because of the energies that are coming in, and there will be another one right after this. And there's evidence that it's going to go even deeper into the south. We're going to have freezing temperatures, maybe all the way down into Cuba. All right. So all of Florida could get freezing temperatures. That's going to be hell on the crops and citrus and so forth. But this is the times we're in right now. Things are going to be, like I've been saying for years, we're going to see significant decreases in temperatures. All right. So now some of you have heard of and maybe even are familiar with Tartaria. So Tartaria, I believe, was civilization around Russia area, whatever, but it spread, and its good deeds spread around the world. Now they talk about there was a winter back in 1816, and you can look it up. They say it was from a volcano, but what if it was from nuclear activity, right? And you're like, Mike, we didn't come out with nukes until blah, blah, blah. Well, the Draco reptilians don't know that. All right. They dumb us down to think that, it's a progressive type thing, but there's been advanced civilizations here on Earth for a very, very, very long time. Some of them have tried to come back. I think that's what Tartaria was. It advanced around the world and it was stopped out. So this nuclear winter was interesting because for decades later, they moved people all, excuse me, all around the world. So I guess it's kind of cool out here on my lungs, but the sun feels good. All right, so it's interesting because you see these train loads of kids that were moved, around America. They were moved around Europe, but they had no, no one, no records, no parents, no anything for decades after this nuclear winter, because it doesn't, conform to a volcanic event. It conforms more to a nuclear event, right? So we're going to learn, I think, going forward, the real history of Earth. Now look at this liquid marble. This is marble with veils. All right, this came out for several decades, maybe 100 years or so. They were carving, supposedly, these veils. That is marble. And so this marble was obviously liquefied and put in that position and shaped like that. All right, we've seen all of the, ancient stonework, like in Machu Picchu and Sacsayhuamán in Peru, and so Sacsayhuamán. I can't pronounce it, never did. I've been there, but I've this is absolutely incredible. You'll see, like, I think there's like one rock that has like 16 different shapes on it, and other rocks that fit perfectly aligned with it. So you see carvings. I've seen carvings where they have someone with, like, it looks like a flamethrower that's like melting the stone or getting it, in a position where they can, like, liquefy it almost and push these rocks into these formations. Pretty amazing. So a lot of this stuff has been lost to us. Also in the 1820s, there were train stations that had electrical wiring, pipes and so forth in them before we had electricity. All right, before we had electric power stations, before Tesla, before who's the other guy, General Electric guy, whatever. So all of these things are pointing to free energy. All right, there were these magnificent structures all over the world, and you see like these antennae like there, and they had copper domes and all of these different things. It was advanced, and then it was covered up, and now we have these stupid wires that are all over the place, and now we have this storm coming through, and all the electricity is going to get knocked out. There's no reason for it. All right, this is a control system that has come in, and like I said, like behind me, that pyramid, at some point, maybe it still does, helps control a lot of different things. Some of those things are electrical, so that we don't get massive storms. Some of them actually created electrical energy. Some of them, like in the pyramids of Giza, and all around Egypt. You can tell that at some point, some of those pyramids were like something blew in those pyramids and pushed all of the rock out, right? The massive blocks that were built to contain if something happened with the electrical energy inside, right? So, this is something that's very frustrating. Once you've done the study, once you've done the research, you start to see that these criminal aliens that came in and started to, control us. And I believe they're basically being taken down now, for the most part. I think most of them have kicked out. A lot of people have been talking about how the Draco reptilians, the actual reptiles themselves, the bad ones, are out, right? And then their offspring, like Newsom and, you name the baddie, that's their offspring, and they're still trying to run a show. They're not doing a very good job of it, are they? And they're going to get, taken up in because we understand that they're criminals, and they're going to pay the price. They've effed around, and they're going to find out. So let's look at Dutch Sense. So Dutch Sense is a guy that looks at star forts, right? And there's a star fort in St. Augustine. So the Spanish occupied it and made it to fort that they used, but that was there long before them. There's another one that's all the way down at the tip of Florida. There's a star fort down there that the Confederates used. They put cannon in there and everything, but these were there long before. Now, were the star forts not really forts, but some kind of device for, the same thing as pyramids, moving energy, because they're in critical areas, ley lines and energy points and so forth. Were they part of this massive global energy system where we didn't have these power lines and everything ran off of it? And we had, not trains and everything, but we had levitating vehicles that, pushed us around. There's descriptions of that from a lot of people throughout time. Even here with American Indians, the Mayans and so forth, they had cities that looked exactly like the cities of Europe. When the Europeans came here, of course, they destroyed them. And what have they been doing, over the last, from the 40s, 50s, 60s, and so forth? They had the World Fairs or whatever. They would come in and like, oh, look what we built. And they didn't. It was already here, and they destroyed it after the World Fair. And they've done that with a lot of these train stations that had some kind of energy, because they were all clean. They were all like perfect marble, glass, copper, high copper ceilings and everything. And if it was like some kind of energy source like coal, which should have been what was being used back then, everything should have been blackened. The whole area should have been blackened from coal, right? It's not. So we have lots of evidence that, we've had, extremely advanced civilizations here, even in more recent times. And that Tesla was building Wardenclyffe in New York, which was a big dome that was going to broadcast energy, free energy, tapping into the Earth's energy fields. And who's it? J. Paul Getty basically said, "Hey, I'll fund you." And then he built it, and he's like, "Okay, how are we going to make money off this?" I guess he figured that Tesla was, maybe Tesla told him a fib. Yeah, we're going to make a lot of money off this. And the money that would have been made from the different devices that would have, taken that free energy and utilized it. But Westinghouse was a dumbass, and he's like, screw that. And he got judges against him, and they went to court, and eventually they tore it down. So we do have the information. We do have the possibility of doing free energy right now, right? And imagine once that comes out, what that means. Because most of the cost of everything is from energy. 60 to 70, 80% of everything that when you buy it, is because mostly of energy, moving it, manufacturing it, extracting those minerals from the ground to, make all that, like the aluminum, right? So all of that is mostly energy. So when you have free energy, costs go down. It's going to be pretty impressive once we get that. And that is what the Trump administration is going to do. All right. So let's look at the earthquake activity Dutch Sense is, he's great, but he's just one of the sources out there that's sharing great information on earthquake activity. All right, he's been doing it for quite some time. Now you see these big earthquakes that are happening on the West Coast, and they follow these energetic lines, these ley lines, and they've been going across. So you see how they went over to Illinois, and they go along these lines. This energy basically dissipates. Down in Texas, we're getting a lot of earthquakes. Some of these earthquakes come in where there are drilling, because it weakens the plate in that area. So when energy comes through, it hits that area because it's weakened. So where they're doing fracking and drilling and so forth, a lot of times you're going to see earthquakes happen in those areas. And a lot of those areas where they're drilling are close to these star forts. How about that?
All the way up to the northeast, where we're again on the arrow. Out west, same thing, right next to our arrow coming in from the south. And then up here, you'll notice there's not anything right now across Idaho, but there is activity out where the arrows are pointing. Now, I would look in the middle of here for a new break to happen in Idaho. And I would look in here in between these two lines of earthquakes, which is Long Valley Caldera, right where our middle arrow is. It's open. There's nothing there. There's not even a 0 point anything has struck there in the last 2 days. It should be filled in with a significant sized earthquake in the middle here and on the north side in Idaho. So 2 different spots should move next. Let's talk about the earthquakes on the West Coast now. Go quickly look them up. So out here on the West Coast, a significant line of earthquakes, all small, but if you go look it up, you'll see we're following the San Andreas creeping section, also the Hayward Fault, once we get into the Bay Area. But once we get down here to the south, look.
All right, so Dutch Sense, I haven't watched Dutch Sense in a little while. I'm just, tuning into him because I saw it come across my feed. He doesn't always post on YouTube because they take him down, because he's been sharing this information for, I think, close to a decade now. They're constantly coming after him, trying to take down his service and, vilify him. And every chance they get, the experts come in and say that he doesn't know what he's talking about, although he predicts this stuff over and over again, like me. All right, so you see this one that's down here that just happened, 4.9. It's close to the area where I said there was going to be one, but I think in this area right here, closer to LA, today and throughout the week, he says, be prepared this week for large activity on the West Coast. All right. So, I've been pointing this out for a little while now. So I would say, have your go bag ready. If you're feeling like it's time to take a little vacation, and the sensation is very strong, it might be time to take a vacation. All right. So definitely, keep that in mind as we go forward. This information is just for, your edification. It's not that this is coming, you need to be fearful, you need to go run around your house screaming. That's dumb, right? Because if you're doing that, you're not in intuition. Intuition is the highest form of consciousness. All right. It's not you guys that go to school for, decades. A lot of you guys are dumb, right? Because you've been taught how to think and you don't get outside that box. And then somebody like me comes along and gives you something that's much bigger. You come after my ass like I'm a dumbass, and you guys are dumbasses. All right. So intuition, as a lot of you guys know, is the highest form of consciousness. I know a lot of guys are very analytical, right? Dumbassery, and you don't know how to tap your intuition because you've been trained not to do that. Women don't get that kind of training, so they're very intuitive and they see a lot of stuff, and they're that's why 60% of my audience is women. All right, you guys get it. All right, trying to get you guys on board, but it's coming. It used to be 70% women. Now it's 60, kind of moving towards half and half. So we're making an inroad. So I'm very pleased with you guys out there. All right. So I can tell you when I tap my intuition, I became like, I can't even go 1x to 1,000, a million X better warrior, right? Once I tapped my intuition, it made me way better. And so if you guys want to deny that, that's fine, because you're down here and I'm up here, right? And those of us that tap our intuition are looking at you going, wake the F up, right? Right. All right. So we're going to see the stock market maybe continue higher. All right. So over the last couple of days, after it took a big dump from the Japanese bonds taking a big hit, the biggest hit they've ever taken, because they have the biggest debt. Where's most of their debt at? In U.S. Treasuries. Right? So when the Japanese yen or when the Japanese bonds go down, the American stock market goes down. So somebody came in and boosted that up again. It's basically somebody put a Band-Aid on a very bad sore, right? And it's not healing, and eventually it's going to spread. So we have to be aware of that. At some point, the stock market crashes, everything else is crashing, and you only have the stock market pretty much going up. And silver and gold. All right, so let's look at the silver and gold. They both set records today. Most of the precious metals set records today. So check this out. So this is silver. This is the daily. As you guys can see, it hit a new record high today. Let me spread this out. I should be able to get my my little sidebar. It's not showing up. Come on. There we go. Yeah, right when I'm going to share it, it's going to like go hide. All right. So as you guys can see right here, gold was up $102 today. It's coming into a little bit of resistance zone at 49. I think 36 or so is resistance. It might have already started to pull back from that. Once it pumps through that, it's going to go to 5,000. So we're really, really close. You see here, platinum has gone total batshit crazy high, right? Look at that. Now, when you see a long candlestick like that, that's called a God candlestick, because it's like, ah, and it just went up. Like, it's still going up today. Now, silver is, wow, it's up even more today. I think the high today was like 96.70. Oh, it hit 96.97. So it brought, while I was doing this show, it hit, and it's pulling back a little bit, because that's what silver does. It goes bonkers, and then it pulls back and catches its breath and then sprints again. Right. So almost 97, looking like tomorrow could break $100. I would like Friday to do that, because usually the silver shorts, the banksters and so forth, come in on Friday when there's a little bit less volume and knock hell out of it. So if you see silver, gold, and everything else, all the precious metals go up tomorrow, that's a good sign, because we're winning against the baddies that have been controlling the world for a long time, right? You know, the Draco offspring, right? So Bitcoin looking weak still. I think at this point, we're probably seeing almost 50% increase in silver just in the last 20 days this year, right? This year we got 22 days, and it's up almost 50%, I think, 38 something. Maybe, because that was what last time I looked at it. So today it's up. Now tomorrow it might be 50%, and Bitcoin is still flat. It was flat all year. It's still flat and going down. So I think Bitcoin and XRP and XLM and some of these other ones that I have listed here will have their day, but not so much, not for a little bit. And I hope they don't crash, because if they crash, that brings down the stock market, and that'll probably bring down gold and silver and a little bit. And we saw the other day 3 days ago where the stock market crashed and silver went up. And then it came in and they knocked hell out of silver again. So what I think happened is silver like took off and it gapped up. So it had to come down and fill that gap. You know, if you've watched me enough, you know that I like to see gaps higher, gaps lower, whatever it is. And I'm like, that gap got to get filled. It doesn't always happen, but when it does, that's good. That's good, you know, things that are happening with whatever that is, whether it's stock, whether it's, you know, crypto, whether it's precious metals. So it came down, it filled that gap. And now today it's been like God candle, right? So big, it filled the gap and then took off. So that's good, very good stuff that's happening. So platinum, like I showed you guys, is just like, look at that God candle. Woo, man. All right. I'm glad I got platinum. I wish I had more. All right. So if you look at SIL, which is let me see if I can make this a little tighter because I'm not getting as much. There we go. All right. So you see whether it says post, that's aftermarket, it's moving up even higher. So this is ETF for the large silver miners. Look at that candle, right? So that's a nice candle. It was higher. Now, what happens in silver will often happen with the miners. Silver will go up heavy during the day and then pull back. Silver miners did that today in anticipation. The miners have been outperforming. And when silver hits 150, then the miners are going to make big bank. And you're going to see the miners, they're already starting to take off, but you're going to see these miners really explode higher, right? So here's junior silver. Look at these. I don't like that. I don't like those gaps higher, but it is what it is. So the God candle today was big. And even post, it's going up because silver's going up. So these babies go 24/7. They're always trading, right? Just like crypto. So the miners are pretty cool. All right. GDX, which is gold, another, you know, God candle. And after hours, it's popping even more. Gold junior miners. This puppy is really, really happy, right? Nice gold candle or nice God candle. And this is a South African miner that does platinum, palladium, and silver and some other precious metals. I like it. It's performing really well for me, SBSW. So it was up large today. So this is really good for humanity because you guys, because you've been listening to me, right? You guys are in a position to create incredible wealth. And you've probably created incredible wealth. I know a lot of you have. You've told me, right? I have. So it is going to increase. Don't sell your silver. There's a lot of naysayers out there. They don't know. I've been trading silver since I was a little boy, right? So almost 60 years. So, you know, I watched this up and down, and I knew this time right now is the multi-generational opportunity. And if you're in precious metals, you're going to do really, really well. I think precious metals for silver will go 4x this time. So over 400% in this year, right? So we're already up in this month, almost 50%, maybe more. I don't know. Haven't looked at it. So I think probably next week or the week after, we'll hit 112 to 120, right? And then it's looking like I said, like mid-year, we do 250, but we may do 250 a lot sooner, right? And then the end of the year, I said 500, and that could be even with a pullback in the stock market, right? So a pullback, and then silver and gold, everything gets sold usually in a big pullback, and then it takes off and it just goes wonkers, right? So this is going to be a pretty exciting time going forward. So the rest have begun. I'm gonna share this, and then I got to roll out of here. I got dinner planned for the lovely wife, and had to come in and do this a little bit earlier so that we can take advantage of the early times. So you go in early, you get better deal. Yeah, I'm still doing that. Right?
Last Sunday, approximately 40 far-left agitators burst into City's Church in St. Paul, Minnesota during an active worship service. They completely disrupted the service, chanting "ICE out" and "Justice for Nay," and disrupting and terrorizing families with children, screaming racial insults at congregants, and forcing the service to end. The Minnesota...
Man, all the church services I've been to over my life since a little kid and still up to the day, I can't imagine that. That is so sad. And so they effed around and they found out, guys.
Wisconsin Baptist Convention called it an unacceptable trauma. Video shows protesters confronting the lead pastor, blocking exits, and creating chaos inside the sanctuary. Why this church? Well, because one of its 8 pastors, David Easterwood, was believed by these agitators to be the acting director of the ICE field office in St. Paul. The irony is that he wasn't even officiating that day. But that didn't seem to matter to the mob. This Levy Armstrong, she organized the protest through her Radical Justice Network and took to Facebook and called on all her followers to storm the church. Within 48 hours, Attorney General Pam Bondi announced arrests. Quote, "At my direction, HSI and FBI agents executed an arrest in Minnesota. Listen loud and clear. We do not tolerate attacks on places of worship." We are now getting word that Nikema Levy Armstrong and others have indeed been arrested and charged with a federal crime under U.S. Code 18, Section 241, the so-called FACE Act, the Freedom of Access to Clinic Entrances Act, which prohibits using force, threats, or physical obstruction to interfere with anyone exercising their First Amendment right to religious freedom. Now, a little fun fact about this Nikema Levy Armstrong. It's going to make your blood boil. Well, or it's going to make you even more excited knowing that she is even now behind bars. I doubt you'll be surprised to learn that she isn't just some street activist. She's been running a lucrative nonprofit empire while claiming to fight poverty.
So it's like a lot of these Democrats, guys, and knuckleheads. They're basically skimming off the system, working the system. We're seeing massive fraud in California and now New York. I said that would happen. It's now being exposed. We're going to see $1 trillion fraud in California, New York, and Illinois, right? And they're going to compete with who did the most fraud. And I think California is going to win, right? So, all right. That's all I got for now. You guys that are in there's over 220 million people that are in the storm path. So stay safe out there. If you don't have a big 4-wheel drive truck with chains, I would stay off those roads, guys. That black ice it doesn't matter what kind of tire you got. If 4-wheel drive, front wheel drive, you hit that black ice, you're going to go bye-bye. All right. And, I've been saying, you should have generators. You should have extra food, water. You should have, if you don't have a fireplace, you should have it's a little gas thing that I have, kerosene heaters. I got kerosene heaters in case everything goes down. I hope you guys have gotten that, or you have a plan, especially you guys down the south where that ice storm is going to come. You might not have power for a long time. I've been in the south where we got ice storms and we didn't have power for like week, 10 days. And there's going to be some really cold temperatures. And there's going to be another storm that comes through right after this one. All right, stay safe, stay in the love vibration, because that's going to get you the intuition that you need to get through all challenges in life and fight back against the deep state. And, for you guys, it's in my michaelkjaco.com. Go where I have, the gear, and get your hats. I got all kinds of hats. I got all kinds of shirts. And you should at least have this. You should be sporting this one. F around and find out, join the team. All right. Lots of love. Stay in love vibration. And I'll see you guys next time. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. I have Larry Ballard with us today. I've watched Larry on Nino's show for quite a long time. He and I think a lot alike. He's bringing out some really interesting information today, and he's going to talk a little bit about his background, so my audience who haven't heard from him before can understand where he's coming from. Larry, thanks for joining us.
Oh, thank you. It's a pleasure. And I like you, I follow you. And what I saw was why I reached out to you. Juan gave me your number, is because I see some similarities. You're an ABC. Well, I was never that strong, whatever. But you also do remote viewing. Well, my background, I think I need to tell the people so I can create some credibility, because I come from a very different source than a lot of the people. I had a motorcycle wreck in 1968. I was in a ditch for 4 hours. When I woke up, it was the funniest thing. I had gone off a cliff. My motorcycle arced and was in a pine tree, and the motor was still running 4 hours later. Anyway, I went to heaven, and basically I got an assignment, and God said, I'm going to ordain every job that you ever had. I'm going to ordain every place you ever go geopolitically. Everything is going to be to create your assignment. You're going to go and you're going to read the Bible. You're going to read the Quran. You're going to read a myriad of other things. I've probably read 300 books and I don't know how many thousands of hours of research. And he said, don't be discouraged. I'm going to be there with you all the time. And because this is going to be such a long journey, I'll give you moments where we have an appointed time, 5:15 in the morning. I'll come to you periodically if you're getting off course, and I'll put you back on. And you need to know that you're not really going to go out and explode until we're on the tip of the collapse of the financial reset, because people won't pay attention until then. And so I think what happened is on Christmas, we walked into that time frame. So I want to give the people a little bit of background, and then we'll get into this. So basically, what happened is God said every job. So listen to this. First job, working in construction, building high rises, working with thermite. Why? So I know what happened on 9/11, that those buildings didn't come down from anything other than controlled demolition. And then I worked for Monsanto Chemical Company. So I'd learn what? GMOs early on. Then I worked for Atomic Energy of Canada. So I learned about all the aspects of energy and how energy is used to suppress us. But I'd also learn about this. As Canada, I was stationed out of Ottawa. So I would learn about socialized medicine that would allow me to understand what the Bushes did and later the Obamas did to put us under being in the slavery system of socialized medicine. Then I went over and I worked for the French in Europe. And why was I there? Remember, this was early on. I was to see the formation of the European Union. And then in one of those meetings that I get with God, he said, this is important. You need to know why you're here. He said, I'm going to give you a verse. Go read Revelation chapter 13. And what did it say? It said, there is a time when there shall be 10 kings upon whose heads a crown shall sit but for 1 hour. And then he said, go now that you've got that, go over and go to the UN and look at the documents, and you'll find that they have a goal to set up a 10-nation trading bloc that will become the beast system. And the European Union was the first. Then they tried back under Bush Sr. to set up America as joining Canada, the United States, and Mexico, creating what they were going to call the Euro Union, the American Union, the Euro Union, the Amero. Got it, butchered that. Well, anyway, basically what happened is the truth got out, and that was pushed aside. So basically, we're going to talk about the formation of that very beast system and how it's being birthed in China. So that's kind of my history. I went all over the world. I had all those jobs. I was in all those places. And there's one more. I forgot, maybe the most important one. I had a patent, and I was getting some tool and die making done, and it took me to China. And I happened to have been there for several weeks look, I got a chance to do something very few people do. Since I was going to have some tool and die making done, I got to see sweatshops. Oh, was that an eye opener? And so basically, while I was there, I was in Tiananmen Square just a short time before the Tiananmen Square massacre. And I was surrounded by all these all these Chinese kids pawing at me. What's it like to be an American? What's it like to have freedom? And then, my God, I was on the Great Wall of China when it actually happened. And then I was there for several more weeks. And every place I went, there were military with Tommy guns. And when I was leaving the country, I was scared, just absolutely petrified, because there were 3 military standing in our gate with guns. And I said, are they going to come and yank me or somebody else out and say we can't leave the country? I mean, so anyway, that's my background. God has prepared me my entire life, and he's had me read. I read geology, anthropology, sociology, psychology, you name it, weather, climatology, geology, everything. I had no idea why, but now they're all coming into play. So, and it may sound crazy, but I believe God's in control, and I believe that he's chosen Trump, but he doesn't want Trump to get all the credit. So here's something that maybe if people aren't following, then we get into the real details. There are geological things happening around the world that have never happened before. There's sinkholes happening in Florida, and just the other day, the coast of California, for 400 miles, it raised. Some of it 6 feet, some of it's 12 feet. And there are ships that are sitting in the mud, and the geologists saying, how could that happen without an earthquake? And then if you follow the Ring of Fire, there's what they call blitzes. I guess that's the word. That's probably not the right word, but basically they have a storm of small earthquakes too. And when that happens, it usually signals the building of a major earthquake. So basically they're saying there are indications the Ring of Fire might come up. And then you go to China, and oh my God, the things that are happening in China. Birds, the crows by the thousands are flying north into the cold, and farmers' fields are springing up, and they're not like a geyser. It's a fountain, just continues run, water being pushed up from beneath the surface. And there are cracks with fissures with smoke going. So what's that all about, in my opinion? And there's things happening in the clouds that are amazing. I think this is God saying, yep, I use Donald Trump. Yes, I use the white hats, but I'm the one orchestrating this. And this is right out of your Bible. And this is the Exodus. And so you look to me and you understand this is supernatural. And it's to call the people to bend a knee to God. And we're going to walk into a period where we have the greatest freedom and the greatest religious revival that the world has ever had. And real quick, before we go to geopolitics, do you know over in Iran, as it's collapsing, they're bulldozing down mosque? And that the people are being visited by Christ and having visitations from Christ. Yeah. And in China, it's one of the biggest underground Christian churches there is. And in Africa, that they have a faith, a Christian faith that's stronger than anything I've seen here in America. So God is on the move. So now let's talk about the last several weeks. But now let me stop and say, do you have anything you want to say before I keep rambling?
No, it's like amazing. I speak of all this stuff as well. So it's amazing to see it coming from someone else that's tapped in like I am. So I appreciate it. It basically validates what I've been seeing, and it validates it to my audience because I've been talking about it. So I really appreciate it. Thank you, Larry.
Okay, well, I'm going to start with, this is kind of a high level of everything that's been done. So before I do this, we're going to talk. And we're not going to use any slides or anything, but I do 2 kinds of shows. I do shows like this. I do shows where I show slides, because what God also told me is the people need to know the details. The devil's in the details. So I do slide presentations on my own show that are teaching tools. And basically they're usually an hour long. They're very detailed, and they leave you with a full understanding. What most people's, probably the comment I get on my channel more than any is, oh my God, I've studied all this. I never understood it. Now I understand it, because what God told me is he gives me the ability, because of all this information, to take the complex and make it simple, to insert myself in any situation and put a broad umbrella over. I'm not a specialist in anything, but I'm a generalist that opens people's eyes to the truth. So with that, I want to go back and talk about what's happened geopolitically in the last 6 weeks, and is it significant? So we see that we got Maduro, and there's all kinds of aspects to that, but here's the one that I think is the most important one. I think Trump has said from the beginning, we know that the 2016 election was stolen. We know what Maduro did. We know what other countries around the world did. And now he's got him blabbing and basically heads are going to start rolling. And unless it was AI, I just tapped into something a few minutes before we went on and I saw on the podium, I saw an announcement being made from Carolyn and from what's her name? I do have trouble with names. The lady from Hawaii who was a Republic, a Democrat who turned Republic, Tulsi Gabbard. And they were saying that Obama has been arrested. So unless that was one of the most amazing AIs I've ever seen in my life, I just saw that a few minutes ago. I haven't had a chance to validate it, but it sure looked real. So anyway, so we got that going on. And then what we got Iran falling, right? So Venezuela's falling, Iran's falling, and what's happening in Russia? We're now in a phase, we're in a war. We're in World War III, but not the World War III that people think, and not a kinetic war. And I don't think it's going to get to that, but it's a new Cold War. And so we've got these fronts that are happening. We've got a silver squeeze coming on us, and that's mostly what we're going to talk about today, where we have a shortage of silver. The whole definition of what controls silver has changed. At the paper, it's now going to be controlled by industrial demand. And then we've got oil. So basically, that's the BRICS nation are using gold and silver to basically drive the US dollar down. But it's not going to have the outcome that they think, because Trump wants to bring the dollar down to avoid a bankruptcy, to lower, because we have a massive amount of money that has to be revalued this year and refinanced. And he wants to get rid of the Fed, go from what? The internal revenue service to the external revenue service, and take us back to the economic system we had when we were founded, which had no Federal Reserve, no income tax, no IRS, no property taxes. It was run on a simple sales tax. And so that's what he's looking to take us back to. If you listen to what he's saying, that's where we're going. That's this reset that's going to take us back. And we're going to have financial security. Think about what that means to you. So things have gone up and up and up. So I'm going to do a show next week specifically for the Generation Z and the millennials who can't afford to buy a house. I forgot to tell you, I spent 12 years in real estate, more time there than any other place in my life. And I eventually had my own small real estate firm until I lost it in 08. So here's what I see. They're creating a situation where kids go to school and purposely get out in debt, and then they pass a law that says, you know what, you can't even get off under that school debt even if you declare bankruptcy. And then they make sure that the education they give you doesn't prepare you for meaningful income. And so I can't tell you how many restaurants I've been to, and the person waiting on me had a college degree. Yeah. So there are alternatives. There's things that are happening over Europe. We're going back to the old systems. So over in Europe, what are they doing? They're going back to what they did in the first place, apprenticeship programs, where basically the government chips in money, the union chips in money, the states chips in money. They pay them during the apprenticeship program, less than a journeyman, but they pay them. They get out, and these ain't chump change jobs. You might work in a sophisticated factory making nanites. And you know what you might start at? $100,000. So folks, you might start looking at an apprenticeship program, and you'll come out. And when I went to college, it took me years because I had to pay my own way. I'd go in and go out. And I had two friends. One was an electrician, one was a plumber. By the time I got out of college, they had a brand new car, they had a house, they had money in the bank. So even though I made more over my lifetime than them per year, they may have actually made more than me in the long run. So anyway, back to the story. So basically, we got all these nations collapsing, and silver's being used to squeeze us. But what's also coming out of Venezuela? Oil suppression. Basically, he's put the pressure on Iran for oil, and on China for oil, and on Russia, because Russia's got a fairly high production cost for the oil because it's coming from Siberia, and we got permafrost going on, and they're broke, and they're basically, their oil fields are in disrepair. And so what's he trying to do? He's trying to squeeze Russia. And what's he want to do to have this God ordained new system? All the kingdoms of man, we have to get out of the wars. So he's already got us out of 8, and he's using oil as a lever to negotiate us out of the Ukraine-Russian war. And so then you look over and the pressure is everywhere. You look at China, and China is using what? He's using tariffs. And let's go back to history. There's always a foreshadow. God goes, always gives us a foreshadow. So we go to one of the times when we had an absolute bankruptcy. Following the Civil War, we went bankrupt. What did we do? We said we had enough. We've had enough of the control, by the way, who's our real enemy, which isn't China. They're just a puppet. It's Britain. It's the colonial empire that ruled the world that the sun never set on. And what did we do? Following the Civil War, we put tariffs up to 50% on England, and that forced us to not be able to buy their goods. So we developed the Transcontinental Railroad, which instead of suppression, we shared. We developed the industrial assembly line, the automobile, the telephone, etc. Shared it all with the world. And on its 100th year anniversary, America declared that America, the youngest nation in the world, was now the wealthiest nation in the world. So that pattern is the exact pattern that Donald J. Trump is following. He ain't making it up as he goes along. He's getting direction from God, just like you and I are. So at any rate, so Russia's over there and they're broke, and Europe's and China is on the squeeze as well. They talk about, are they going to attack Taiwan? I don't think they're financially in a position. And then before we get into this silver stuff, I want to go one more thing. I want people to understand Donald Trump looks like a tyrant now in one specific regard, but I want to tell you there's some validity to it. So he is saying the Monroe Doctrine is going to be re-implemented. America is going to get control of this hemisphere because we need it for strategic purposes. So it's not a mistake that America owns Alaska. God ordained it a long time ago. That's because that's the closest point between Russia. And it's not a mistake that Greenland is over there and we happen to have an air base there. And so he's saying, we're going to get Greenland one way or the other. He's going to offer them, I think, $720 billion. But they came out and they're making squawks just like they do. So what did he do? The European Union sent a small force of people over to Greenland in the last couple of days. At least they're talking about doing it. So what did he do? He flew some airplanes in and had parachuters jump out because we got an air base up there. And he just put a few more special forces on the ground. I'm just saying, I'm not saying what he's going to do, but he's always putting the pressure on, right? So that's Greenland. We've got to have that as a route to the east as the ice melts, and it's also full of all kinds of natural resources. So what did he do a few months ago? He declared the National Production Act. Why? Because he understood that under all these under Obama, under Carter, under Bush's, that we set back and they were controlled by the global financial elite, by the Chinese, and we let Russia and China run all over the world and get control of all kinds of natural resources. So he's saying, no, silver is now a strategic asset, oil is a strategic asset, rare earth is a strategic asset, and we have to have them in order to keep our manufacturing going. We can't be controlled by our enemies because we've allowed them to run amok and run. So part of what's happening in the Western Hemisphere is one of the biggest silver productions in the world is in South America, in Mexico and Peru, and there's basically rare earth there, and there's a lot of rare earth in Greenland. So what's he doing? What allowed the English to control the world? They control all the sea gates. So what he's controlling here, the overall geopolitical structure of what he's doing, controlling Alaska, controlling Greenland, controlling the Panama Canal. I just saw something the other day. There's that Bridge of America. And as you walk across, there's this big structure that's all Chinese and Chinese gargoyles. They're tearing it down.
Yeah,
he's getting control of the Panama Canal. Then what did he do in South America? He went to Argentina a few weeks ago and they said, Mr. Trump, we kind of need some help. We got a bond crisis. So he did a currency swap. They just paid him back, and now he got a friend down at the tip of South America. So we've got all 4 compass points controlled by sea, which is exactly what you need to do to control your hemisphere. And I know that relates to what you do. So let me stop a second. Do you have any comments you want to make on that before we get into the silver squeeze?
Yeah. When you were in China, did you come across any of the Falun Gong people?
No. Basically, when I was there, it was a long time ago.
Yeah.
And it was weeks after they opened it up. You had to go on a tour and you had to be with a guide. The only thing I got to do is I talked to the guide and told him why I was there, and they arranged on the side for me to see a couple of sweatshops. That was the only thing I got to see that was really important. God wanted me to see that. So no, I did not. That really didn't really start to get big until several years later.
Yeah, so I think that because they're really the root of China. I think at some point, because they're heavily suppressed by the communists, I think at some
Mhm.
point they're going to be freed and they'll come back and revitalize China.
Well, what I see is China's got one of the biggest underground Christian movements in the world, and guess what's happening in Iran? They're as this revolt is going on, they're
Mhm.
tearing down mosque.
Yeah,
And people are reporting that they're having visitations from Christ. So I think they've been under Muslim, under Sharia law, and they went out from under it. And I
yeah,
think they're primed to be brought into the Christian community. And if you go to Africa, I'm telling you, they're better Christians than we are. So the whole world is getting woke up, and we're moving
beautiful.
into a realm of not religion, but spirituality.
Yes.
And I know you know what I'm talking about there. So you want to make a comment on that before we go on, and then we'll get into the silver.
No, I think that's where I I like religions. I've studied all of them pretty much, and I think ultimately it's that connection with source, the spiritual source. However you get to that point, I think that's where going forward, because there's a lot of manipulations in a lot of religions. So I think that's going to basically fall off, and Christianity is very strong right now, like you're talking about. However you get to that source, and Christianity now seems like it's helping people get to that source better than ever before. So I enjoy it. I like it.
We're gutting the Christian. The big churches are getting exposed. And maybe I'll just give you a little bit of my background. God told me you can't go to seminary school, but you got to read the Bible and you got to really be a student of it, and you got to read the Quran. And here's what happened. I'm going to tell you one of these little miracles, these correction points along the way, right? I lost $1.85 million when my wife inherited $7 million in the midst of the '08 collapse, and decided she'd only worked 2 years of our marriage. She didn't need me anymore. So I had a whole bunch of real estate. I owned 11 properties, 6 were paid, 5 were not. I had to sell them all in the real estate collapse, and it was brutal. And
Mm.
so I'm going through. I moved out of my 4,000 square foot house in the golf course into one of my condos, and I've lost my business, and I'm having a pity party. So I'm at a small church, and I'm at a Wednesday night Bible study, and then comes this parishioner with this blind lady, and she says, "Would you pray for me? I came to have my prayer for my sight to be restored." He laid hands on her. He went down. She was so anointed. And he said, there were only 6 or 7 of us there. Will you pray for everybody? So she did. She held her hands out and she says, you lay hands on my hands. I'll lean forward and I'll give you prophecy. I said, you're last. I get up there and I put my hands out and I said, my hands are out. I said, okay. And she said, no, I'm not touching you. She said, God said, I can't touch you. I came here for you. I came here to chastise you. I came here to tell you that God says that unless you get out of the pig pen and stop pitting yourself, we're done. And she said, I came here to offer you, to tutor you. So for the next 3 years until she died, she was my mentor. She was an
Wow.
unbelievable prophet. And she couldn't read, she couldn't see because she was blind. But I would sit there with my Bible for 4 hours a day, and it was almost like she was reading every word. So God said, if you go to seminary school, it'll ruin you. So that was the teaching. And here's what I want to share with the audience. Here's what she taught me. She says, don't go to the Lord and read some scripture. She says, here's what I want you to do. Go sit down in a chair, turn on some soft music, some prayer worship music. I use a fountain because that's the frequency of the earth.
Yep.
Close your eyes and say, Daddy, God, Daddy, I want to talk to you, and do it at a regular time. Set aside a time every day you go and you talk to God. And you know what? If you keep doing that, he's always faithful. He'll show up. That's where we got into the pattern where when something really important is going to happen and I need to know it, he'll come to me at 5:15 in the morning. It's never failed. I get unctions, I get intuitions, but if I get him tapping me on the shoulder at 5:15, it's always 100%. So anyway, that's just a little side note for people. That's how I do it. Michael might do it different. Do you have something you want to share on how you do it?
No, that's true. I feel like okay, I need to communicate with you, and then I just go into a meditation, and then
Mhm.
visions or thoughts or so forth come to me, and then I share them. So yeah, it's the same pattern. That's beautiful.
Okay, I'm going to speed it up because I don't know how much time Michael's got. So we're going to get on the silver. We're going to get on basically the squeeze. So I'm looking at some slides now because I'm going to try to give you a little bit of detailed information. So it's 2016 and silver production is peaked and falling by 7%. And we had at one time 10 years of excess supply sitting there in reserves. So for the last 5 years, we have been pulling from that reserve because we didn't have enough silver for silver production. And here's the forecast they're giving: 62 by 2030, 62 to as much as 70% shortage in the silver that we need for our manufacturing industry. And here's where good old Trump is going to come in. He's talking about the silver scam, right? And what he's going to be doing. And I've got some shows queued up. We can do one anytime you want. I've got all kinds of shows queued up. God always shows me what's coming before, so I've always got it ready to go. So basically, who is the biggest country in the world in terms of the green technologies? It's facial recognition, 5G, China. It's EVs and batteries, China. It's wind, it's China. It's solar panels, it's China. So now, speaking of those squeezes, if Trump were to come out and tell us the truth about the inefficiencies of those solar panels, if you have a solar panel that is more than 30% efficient, they won't let it on the market. And here's something I bet you don't know. As you transfer that energy from the solar field to wherever it's going to go, in the lines, it loses 60%. So you start out with 30%, it loses 60%. Along come storms and destroy them by the masses. We've wasted all that silver. It goes into the ground and pollutes the ground. And all of those technologies are connected to the grid. So the line that we could ever achieve zero carbon footprint with those technologies, not going to happen. So here's what's going to happen. We're going to get in a situation where the National Production Act is sometime going to come into play, and Trump is going to have to make the play against those 4 technologies, and they consume approximately half of our industrial silver. So if we were to take out China, that would hurt them tremendously, and we would get 50% more silver so that we could use it for all of what? All of the technology that Donald Trump made available to us when in his first term, he forced the Chevron decision, which basically made it possible for us to get access to 5,915 patents, which are clean, relatively cheap technologies. So now my son's in logistics, so I know a little bit about what I'm talking about next from him. So you want to build a car. Let's just take this as an example. I want you to see what happens with energy. Where does it start? In a strip mine. This giant crane that digs 10 tons of coal at a time, 10 tons of ore at a time, drops it into the biggest dump truck you've ever seen, diesel in both cases, takes it to a smelt run by coal and basically melts it, it smelts it. And then where's it go? If it's a car, it goes to 120 different locations around the world, sent out on trucks, on ships everywhere, all kinds of diesel getting burned. And then they manufacture it in factories. And then they ship it out to where the people buy it. And here's what people don't know, depending on the complexity of the chain. And I chose that because it's one of the more complex. People don't realize that 50% or more of the cost of every consumer product you ever bought or ever will be is the energy. So if we get truly free energy run by magnets, for example, or run by hydrogen, for example, you're going to look at not only getting out from under federal income tax, 25 or 30%, getting out from property tax, getting out from all the other progressive taxes they have put on us. So now we have money in our pocket, but everything you buy is going to be cheaper because the cost of production between robotics and between free energy is going to get slashed so far you can't believe. So the good news is, folks, we're going to go through some hard times, but we're going to come out and we're going to have financial security like you can't believe, and we're going to be able to have time to commune with God. So questions or comments before we go on, Michael?
No, that's great. I'm enjoying
Okay.
this. Beautiful. Thanks, Larry.
Let's go on. So let's see where I want to go next. So we talked about the Green Deal, and basically I'm all for exposing it and going to the technologies. Now, here's something though. When we went back, I'm going to dip into it now. I've got a whole series of shows on ecology because we're killing the planet. We're absolutely killing it. So I want to bring out just one thing to whet your audience's appetite. So if you looked at ecological crisis, would you agree that plastics are a huge factor? You know, we invented plastic And at the time it was invented, it was based upon oil and natural gas. Well, do you know that there's something that's out there that they suppressed? They actually passed a law to keep us from getting it. And that is that we can get rid of a large portion of the oil, interdependence on oil, and get rid of that forever. We get it. So here's what happens. People don't know that hemp, when Ford brought out his first car, the bodies were made of hemp. You could take a sled measure and hit it and go in and it bounce right back out. Plastic crashes, metal crunches, but hemp just bounced right back. It's stronger than steel. Now we got graphene coming. New technologies are coming. But hemp, guess what? You know what it has? And we're going to force this. I really believe we're going to force this, but it's going to take time. We're going to have to sunset certain technologies. So we could get rid of most of our plastic tomorrow if we could implement this technology I'm going to tell you about. Hemp can also be used to make plastic, but it's biodegradable.
Yeah.
So you look to the packaging industry, anything in cardboard, you can make it with hemp. Cellophane, clear cellophane, you can make it with hemp. Your milk carton with milk setting in it, clear, you can make it with hemp. The difference is it biodegrades. So there's all kinds of technology out there. And when we talk about carbon being the biggest problem, it's not carbon. Carbon, when the world was full of volcanoes and full of carbon, the earth was never more plentiful. The plants were bigger, the animals were bigger. You know what the real problem is, Michael? God never made a planet that has shortages. So if you want to come back and talk about some of that stuff, we can. I'm just trying to educate your people as quick as I can. So let's go on down. I want to change the tune a little bit. So now we know that we got a silver squeeze, and I want to give you an example. So forever and ever and ever, they've held what? Silver and gold down so they got the fiat system, right? Well, here's your biggest indicator. I could give you all kinds of statistics, but I think a simple little story will do it. So one of the biggest people who pressed it was JP Morgan, the bank. And so they've always, when the Hunt brothers came, how did they end at $50 silver? They basically called in all the shorts. And basically it was a money train paper, and they basically ruined it. They tried to do that a few weeks ago. Well, guess what? It didn't work. You know why? Because it wasn't paper shorts. It was physical demand for manufacturing. And those people said, we don't care about the money. We want the silver. So the whole dynamics of the silver market has changed absolutely. And silver is now, if we're going to have those 5,915 patents are the selected group from there, we're going to have, God is going to do what he did after the Civil War. America innovated the Civil War, the .com, the computer, and now we're and robotics, and now we're going to innovate an industrial revolution like nothing the world has ever seen. And we're going to have what? Double or triple the electrical capacity that we have right now. That means we can't depend on these green, inefficient technologies. We have to release these new technologies. And I believe the ones that are probably going to be the most effective come from rare earth, and it's from the magnets, and they last for 300 years. They're not connected to the grid. They're totally clean. That's what I think is going to emerge as the number one most significant thing. And I've got another point I need to make on the silver. We've now got lithium batteries that have a problem. If you have to charge them slowly, they only have a range of about 300, and as they age, they get spikes and they puncture the casing, and that's why you see the Samsung phones burning. That's why you see the Tesla cars burning. Well, Samsung has figured out a solution. They figured out a battery that can be charged in just a few minutes that is like a 900-mile range. But here's what people need to know. If we truly have a silver shortage, it is horrendously terrible, because it consumes many times more silver than the lithium batteries, and is going to, along with the solar panels, going to become one of the biggest consumers of silver. We have to go after technologies that are not only clean and practical, but don't pollute and don't use up our silver, our most valuable resources. We need it for other things. So any comments or questions before we go on?
No, this is great. Yes, I see silver.
I'm going to take you into something. This is for national leaders. If there's anybody out there who follows Michael, because I know you got a big audience, who's connected to anybody political, please listen to these next two slides. And well, I've got them on slides so I can be detailed, and take some notes And take note. So what now? When remember I talked about the system, the B system, and how it's going to be implemented, and how they formed the European Union and try to do the same thing with America. Here's what people need to know. We're fighting China. We're basically, the world has to change. The system has to set. And so what's happening is we have to deglobalize, because the world cannot, the kingdoms of man must fall, communism and capitalism. So basically manufacturing has to be taken away from China and distributed around the world. That has to happen. And the dollar has to fall as the sole reserve currency. I believe we'll come back with the strategy Trump has, and will be still the primary reserve currency, but it'll be shared by a basket of other nations. So no one nation can control the world. So as we compete and as we do these various squeezes against these superpowers, here's what you need to understand. China is going to try to suck as many people into their sphere as they can. And I want you to see what you get if you go with the China plan. Here's what they've done. 10 years ago, they mined more Bitcoin than anybody else in the world. They kicked them out. And what Trump said, we're going to be the crypto capital of the world. Why? You need to understand this. Why didn't they want Bitcoin? It's lucrative. They didn't want it because it's decentralized. They wanted a centralized system. They wanted the yuan that was centralized. Why? Because they're implementing the beast system. It's implemented over in China right now. You talked about the Uyghurs. So they're basically a nation that and puts people in concentration camps, and their people are in absolute suppression. And if you go on and do some that nation, here's what God showed me when I was in China. This was the principal reason I was there. Tiananmen Square almost collapsed China. If you will agree to live under communism, we will agree to give you full employment and bring up the poverty level to the middle class. Well, what's happened now? It's all falling apart. The banking system is collapsing. The real estate market's collapsing. Unemployment is rampant. They've got youth who are unemployed who are saying, we're the lay down people. We're the ant people. We're not participating in our slavery. And they're coming out in the streets. They're burning down factories because they haven't been paid. So the same kind of things that raised its head in Iran this past week is raising its head in China right now. Wow. Here's why. This is the reason I want the political leaders of the world to listen to this, because they have invoked the beast system early, before God was ready to allow it. So they've gone to a centralized system. So you walk around in China, they're the number one manufacturer of facial recognition. Any place you go, they know where you are. You go on the internet, bots are following you. Anything you say, they track, and that takes you into what they call their social credit score. Way different than ours. Ours says, hey, Michael, you paid 3 bills late, or you went out and got on the computer looking for funding to buy a car, your credit score goes down. No, that's not how their credit score works. Their credit score says you said something or did something against the interests of the CCP, the Communist Party. So now here's what we're going to do. Anybody who associates with you, their credit score goes down. Any employer who employs you, their credit score goes down. You are prohibited from getting on a high-speed train, from getting on an airplane, from going to another country, from even having a job, from even owning a house. That is the B system. That is the system that is in play today in China. So any government out there that's thinking about siding with China instead of us, that's what you're walking your constituency into. Now, by contrast, what is Donald Trump setting up? Now, I can't say what's going to happen when Donald Trump leaves. I know God is going to give us a period where we're going to have the greatest harvest of souls the world has ever seen. But the book of Revelation tells us that beast system will be installed at some time. But for right now, Trump has already put in legislation guaranteeing us that we're going to a decentralized system and we'll have no central bank digital system. So what's he given us? He's given us a decentralized system so that basically the banks can't do programmable currency. So over in China, just to understand how that credit system works, they say you were bad, your credit score goes down, and they can absolutely control you. How do they do it? Programmable currency. So they can say you can't buy these certain things, you can't buy things from these certain people, and you can't and they also say think of it as a credit instead of money, because they don't want you saving money, because they want you in poverty. So if you don't spend the money you get by a certain date, it goes away. Puff the magic dragon, it's gone. And so that's the system that if you you people out there embrace China. That's what you're going to be under. The opposite happens here. So basically, we're decentralized. Our system provides privacy because what? It's a blockchain, right? The biggest problem we have that we need to wake up the people with is the election fraud, right? So when we go into this new system and we go on blockchain, guess what happens? Trump's pushing to get election reform, but let's say that doesn't happen right away. It's a transparent system. They won't be able to go in and they won't be able to vote in 3 locations. The system will catch them. The system will catch them. And all the money laundering that's happening, the trillions of dollars that flows around that feeds the democratic system, it won't happen because it'll be exposed. So we're going to a transparent system versus what they're doing over in China. And then what happens? Basically, we get election integrity and we get people in that are not working for the global financial elite. So they no longer, what's it say? He who controls money controls the world. As this banking system comes down and is must, then they can't buy the media. They can't buy the politicians. They can't buy the schools. One of the first things Trump did was get rid of the Department of Education, the Federal Department of Education, because it was a propaganda machine. And basically all the 8 spheres of influence, and I know out there they say 7, I say 8, because I include something that I know will be dear to your heart, and you'll probably, I hope, agree with, is we have to put the 8th in, which is the military industrial complex that keeps us in perpetual war and further drives us into bankruptcy. So let's see what else I got on here. So it's going to prevent money laundering. Transactions will be digitized and we'll be able to go into a system that's not based on fiat. So under that system, under the digitized system, basically with XRP as the rails. And I'm going to give you one of these messages from God in a second. Here's what happens when we're on that. It means that a tanker full of oil, a truckload of wheat, anything can be broken down to the finite level so that it can function as currency. Contracts can be done. Money can be transferred in 3 to 6 seconds at a fraction of a penny. The SWIFT system is slow, it's antiquated, it's full of middlemen, it's expensive, and all of that is going away. But there's more to it than that. That system gives us autonomy. That system walks us into God's system because it's a system based on what? He says, the gold and silver are mine, the cattle on 1,000 hills are mine. I didn't create a society of lack. I created a world of plenty. And so now we're going to be able to get in and have access to all of that, and it'll change everything. We'll have a world of abundance and of plenty, and we'll become the stewards that God has always wanted us to be. So choose wisely today. Are you going to choose communism, or are you going to choose God's system that is right before the table and it's being integrated by God? And I want to close. You got any other comments? I'm sorry that I just keep talking and talking and talking.
That's great. So yeah, God system over the Chinese communist system. I think that's pretty easy. Do you see that's maybe I'm getting ahead, but do you see that there's a possibility of that happening, the collapse of that system here in the United States soon?
Oh, I think what God showed me in one of those appointments was that the kingdoms of man must fall, that the kingdom of God must come in. And that's going to sound crazy. So now I'm going to go, I don't care what they say. I say what God tells me. So basically, communism has to fall because of the oppression, right?
Yep.
And because it's also inefficient, because if you don't have skin in the game, you're not motivated. And so therefore they have to steal technology from other countries. But capitalism has to fall because what does God say? You got to serve, you got to pick. Who are you going to serve? Mammon or God? And basically capitalism is based on greed. And what does that lead to? It leads to an economic system that we have today that is based upon planned obsolescence. Because we're consuming too many of their resources, guess what? Here's some simple solutions. We just do the following simple things. We get out from under all that green movement. It's 50% more silver to be used for things that it should be used for. And then what do? We're sitting here and we're in God's kingdom, and we have the opportunity. I just lost my train of thought. Isn't that terrible? So where was I? I'll come back. I'm going to go back to something else. So basically, we're going to walk into a system of plenty. Oh, I know why. So now here's what we're going to do. We're going to go from planned obsolescence to something that we have the capability to do. Remember how we're going to go from oil plastic to plastic that's built on hemp, and we're going to go to water from the atmosphere. where all of the world is just a river floating above our heads. And so we're going to get out from under all these crises. God has got it all orchestrated and it's all ready to happen. We're going to walk into a world of absolute plenty. And so what we're going to do is we're going to change our complete economic system. Capitalism falls, we go to God's system, and it's based on making things that are modular, that are easily repairable, and are built to last forever. So we're going to carbon fiber, stronger than steel, and it's abundant. Anything on the planet is basically either carbon or silicon, so complete abundance. And we're going to all these new technologies, all these new things, and we're basically going to make products that can last forever. We've got 3D printed houses. We've got hemp. We've got all these new technologies. So what happens when we do that? Not only have we got out from under the waste of the silver, but we've completed a completely new society where we're not wasting, and let's make it over again and over again and over again. That's more and more resources we're wasting. We're going to make it last virtually forever. I mean, you can build a 3D printed house last 300 years. You can build a house using carbon fiber that'll last 300 years. You can have a magnet that lasts 300 years. That means that mankind is going to cut down on the amount of natural resources we use absolutely dramatically. We're using too many of their natural resources. God's system does it. And we all get to live in the process, and we get to walk into the kingdom with the God, and we get to live, and you have time to know your mother and your father and your sister and your brother and your neighbor. And I think there's something else that's happening. So these things that we think are bad are good. Here's what happened. They locked us down, right? And when they locked us down, we went to remote viewing, just like you and I are doing here now. So one of the biggest financial collapses is coming is in the commercial real estate market, because those places are never going to get filled. Those workers are never coming back.
Yep.
Those houses, those corporate facilities are setting with 40% occupancy. We're going to have a near 100% collapse in the commercial market. So what's happening? Those people move to the country. They move to small cities. They ain't never coming back. So instead of going for like we have for the last 200 years from the country to the city, people are going to go from the city to the country, and we're going to work together in groups of people, shared, and we're going to have community, and everything is going in the exact opposite direction, from slavery to freedom. So I want to close by reading one slide, because I always like to close on things that are positive. So I contend that, now this is not from God, this is from me, that America is the only nation in the world that can lead us into this system that I'm talking about. And if you can't check every one of these boxes, you're not going to be the leader of a free world. You might be the leader of a suppressed world, but not a free world. So here we are. Once we get out from under the global elite, what are we going to be? A free society that is innovative, that shares the innovations with the world and leads the world into a situation where we can conserve our natural resources. What else are we going to do? Diverse and abundant natural resources and natural economy. So why is Russia in trouble? Why did the Spanish collapse? Why did the Dutch collapse? Because their economies were based on primarily one thing: diversification. America is one of the most diversified nations in the world. And then let's go on. Leadership in manufacturing and trade. Like I said, we invented the Industrial Revolution, the computer, the AI, and now we're basically, from what I see, ahead in AI with Elon Musk and with the chips and so on and so forth. So we're going to lead the new Industrial Revolution. And the demographics of the American people, demographics are important. So China has one of the oldest demographics in the world, which means what? There's a lot of people that are now poor. And what's that doing? The youth and the older are now in severe financial collapse, and the middle class has collapsed, and that's creating instability. And then another one of the factors that's squeezing in on us is Japan has had the reverse carry trade for years because their population was the oldest population in the world. And now they're in such financial condition that they're going to have to start raising their interest rates. Well, what's that going to do? They raise the interest rates. People go over there by the hordes, borrow money, come back over to whatever country, and they invest it on margin. And now with them raising their interest rates, they're going to get margin calls. So we're going to get margin calls on silver. We're going to get margin calls on T-bills. We're going to get margin calls on the carry trade. God is changing everything. He's got to bring everything down in order to recreate a system. So basically, we've got a diverse economy, and we've got one of the youngest populations in the world. Not as young as Africa, but means we got workers out there, and we're moving also dramatically. Why do you think Nikola Tesla is so efficient with his cars? Because they're vertically integrated, and he uses AI in order to be absolutely as efficient as possible. And what we're going to do is we're going to go into a situation where eventually we're going to get into have some kind of supplemented income, because we're only going to have to work 20 hours a week, and we're going to have all the rest of that time to spend with our family and to spend with God. And so basically the last of it is two more things. No nation has ever ruled the world for any period of time unless within their geographic sphere of influence they have a single language. India's got 27 different dialects, for example. The language of the world is English, and it's declared by the UN. And the last thing, you gotta protect what you got. And I think with what we saw that happened in Venezuela, when people were absolutely flabbergasted with the new technology released, I think that America clearly, not by numbers, but by technology, has the most sophisticated military in the world. Now, you're in a better position to answer that than me, but that is what I consider the good news. Everything that scares you is all orchestrated by God to bring us to the point that we get time with God, we get a whole new system, and just like Donald Trump said, not only is America going to be great, but greater than ever. With that, Michael, back to you.
Yes, greater than ever. Yeah, the military, what I saw, happen with Maduro, I was like, okay, all the stuff that I'd done, all the training that I'd done, all the stuff that we pushed has reached an unbelievable level. I agree. There's no one that can touch us at this point. So,
Do you have any hint of what kind of technology we might have used?
any hints about what kind of technology they used?
Yeah.
So they obviously used technology that could shut down the radar, and they used so that's probably directed energy type weapon. They also used sonic type weapon systems that basically incapacitated them, their brains and so forth. So there's and then the guys are extremely highly trained. I was always unbelievably highly trained, but their weapon
Well, as the
systems,
SEAL, you were the top of the top of the top of the top.
absolutely, yeah. And
What
so,
is it, about a 50% washout rate, or is it higher than that?
oh, much higher. It's 70 to sometimes 90%.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Well, you look fit right now, but I can't imagine what you looked like when you were in your prime and you were. Oh my God, I wouldn't have wanted to tangle with you. That's all I can say. I got one other question on this topic.
Yeah.
Trump's talking about the Golden Dome, and that's why he wants to get Canada and Mexico in. And oh, by the way, I think that either they're using this for political pressure, or we just might see Canada become part of the United States. Alberta went and did a deal behind Ottawa's back and got that pipeline, and that inspired the rest of the resource-rich West. And now they're passing circulations to get a vote. And if they get a vote and they vote to leave any of those provinces, they can buy the government of that controls China. I mean Canada. They can leave and become part of the United States of America. So the Golden Dome that he's talking about, and he's talking about Space Force. Do you have any insights from that, from any of your military intel that you have? What he's basically building there?
Yeah, I think that's going to be worldwide. He's talking for the United States because that's how he'll get it across, because everybody support that here in the United States. But eventually, it's going to be for the whole world, and I think that's going to be, you're under this dome, you're protected. We don't need to go to war. We have the greatest military or industrial, capacity that's ever been seen before. We can share it. We can, have other people. There's no need to have war if everybody has, economic stability and so forth.
Well, you just mentioned something else I want to talk. I mentioned that things have to change dramatically. So we hoard technology right now, but we're not going to hoard technology anymore. So I want to give you an example. One of the most costly technologies to develop is nanites. And so what is happening in some of the universities and other places in the world, you have 10, 15, 20 manufacturers that come in. Now, nano's can be used in a lot of different fields, and they all bring money to the table, and they have this giant pool of money, and they share all the technology. So this company says, well, I want to use it for medical, and I want to use it for military, and I want to use it. And so we're going to have things that we're going to share. And then I'm going to do a whole series of shows on how we get back to being the stewards of the earth. And the things we're going to regreen the deserts, just like the Bible said. I mean, and it's all, and none of it works. Like, let's say America has this great technology to regreen the deserts, to clean the atmosphere. None of it will work unless everybody else does it. So basically, we're going to be forced, in order to save this planet, to put all of our angst aside, to stop all the division that they have, to stop the wars, and to basically cooperate to save the planet and to save humanity. So I see this as the greatest time in the world to be alive. Yeah. Michael, it is such a pleasure. I wanted to do a show with you for quite a while. I hope I didn't just walk all over you, but
No.
you're kind enough to just let me talk. So thank you.
Yeah, I mean, you have a lot to share, so I'm glad you got the chance to get it all out there. So thanks a lot for coming in, Larry. And yeah, we'll do a show with Juan, and Juan's got some ideas, and I know you're right up. Hello, everyone. Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. Very, and I will say very strong chance of a major earthquake this week, right? From the 19th into the weekend, right? So it's very strong possibility that's going to happen. I'm going to go into all the different aspects of this. You guys know that I've been very, very strong on the fact that I believe there's going to be a major earthquake and tsunami and volcanic activity this year. All right, last year was just the beginning. All right, so this year will be extremely active and probably into the following year as well. But we'll see as this year progresses, what the next year is going to look like. So this give you background on this as far as like my prediction capabilities on this. I've predicted many different earthquakes before they happened, days before they happened. Now, this one, I don't feel that it's like imminent in the next day or two, but I feel that this coming week, possibly from Tuesday onward, is very strong chance. And I'll show you guys how I feel it's going to be very, very strong potential that's going to be in California because of the earthquake activity that's been happening. All right, so when you get big earthquakes on either side of a certain area, and you have a lot of little earthquakes that are like blown up in between, that gives you an indication that something big is coming in that area, pre-quakes. All right, so that puts us around the LA area. So we'll see how this goes. It could happen, obviously, some other location. Stefan Burns is like blowing the whistles and jumping up and down. He's been very good at predicting this. It's human resonance and big coronal hole that's facing Earth right now, planetary alignments that's once in a lifetime, and then we just had a major explosion off the sun, solar blast, and it's coming our way. It should be here in the next couple of days. So it's very, very strong, and we're going to look at some of what Stefan Burns talked about. But first of all, I want to take you guys out, and I think that some of this stuff is activated by deep state, right? So if you look up all day long, can you guys see? Let me see if I can get out of the way. There is major, all day long, major chemtrailing, right? And we have had, although you can still see some snow down there, we've had pretty warm temperatures here, and no rain, no nothing, right? No snow. The snowpack is a little below normal, even though we've had massive amounts of rain fall. we don't have the snowpack that we normally do during this time frame. Doesn't mean it's not going to happen. I still feel that it is going to happen, but it seems like there's some kind of something that's going on, right? So manipulation. There's other things, other factors that are going on. There's when you see like I just did, ex-Nickelodeon actor Kiana Underwood. She died at 33 years old in Brooklyn in a hit and run. So she was going across she was a Nickelodeon actress, Nickelodeon children, right? So she was going across a crosswalk. A black SUV hit her, knocked her down, and then another vehicle came right behind that one, ran over, and that's what killed her. And both vehicles got away, right? Now, you would think in New York, Brooklyn, whatever, you would have like cameras everywhere, which they do have. They would know instantly the license plates number and maybe even could see the vehicle occupants. They're probably blacked out windows. The license plates were probably changed. Something I have done when I worked in the CIA, we changed license plates all the time. So, of course, criminals do the same thing. Deep State does the same thing. So a sacrifice, right? Was this a sacrifice for, oh, my stars. That's right, Kim in Wisconsin. So, oh, my stars. All right. So the planetary alignment, the solar star is booming at us. Is that some manipulation that goes on with that? I believe it does. And I believe they can control through HARP and, directed energy weapons and so forth, heat up certain aspects of the fault lines, put HARP energy into the fault lines. All of these things can cause, something that's already brewing to really cook off on another level, heat it up. And so it explodes. It was going to blow, but it's going to blow bigger. And I think that's what we're going to see. Now, I think this could be well up into the 7 range or even into the 8 range. Now, a 7.2 to 7.6 would probably rock the hell out of California. All right. Anything above that is going to be devastating. Now, when I remote view, remote viewing it can be time sensitive. When there is like the first time this happened for me, you guys might remember when I started talking about remote viewing, or my early stages when I was in combat zones in Iraq and Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Yemen, and Bahrain, and all these other places, Libya. So all of these different places I would remote view and see attacks before they happen. Now there was normally I would get like a tension, right? And I would just relax. I'd go into a state of consciousness. God's trying to talk to me. I'm one of his messengers. So he would relate to me what was coming. And so I remember being in Pakistan one time, and I got one of those, oh, danger. So I started relaxing, and I got a time frame, but something was different about it. Something was very different about it. So I knew there was danger, but there was nothing visual that came to me as it normally would. So I was like, what is that? And lo and behold, 2 days later, right across the border from Pakistan and China was a massive earthquake, which killed thousands and thousands of people and caused massive amounts of damage. So I was like, oh, I can do that now. I can detect earthquakes. So that was one of those things, God's like, okay, we're going to give you some more tasks here because you're doing a really good job. So one of those tasks that I've been relaying is that, and I did it last year before the year started, I said there were going to be major earthquakes and tsunamis and tidal waves, tsunamis, tidal waves, and there was going to be volcanic activity. So we had all that last year. Massive earthquakes. We had tidal waves. All these things happen. And so I've been seeing that California was going to be hit. Now I thought it was going to be this last summer because I saw it in a warm time frame. See behind me? You look at the map on California right now, and there it's like almost like late spring, early summer temperatures, guys, right? So it's the same type of temperature that I saw when I saw a massive earthquake, tsunami. Now, I saw also this earthquake activity was going to cause a chain reaction into the other fault zones in California, and even all the way to here in Lake Tahoe. There's 3 fault zones that run under Lake Tahoe. That's why Lake Tahoe is so deep, right? And I saw many years ago when I lived here, I saw a tsunami in Lake Tahoe, and I was like, "How is that possible? Is a tsunami coming all the way from the ocean?" I was like, "Oh man, that's going to be something." If a tsunami comes all the way from the ocean, man, but it was different. It was like it just came straight up the hill, and where I was living, I remember running straight up this hill. It's like this one street called Ski Run, and I remember running up the hill, and the tsunami coming up behind me, and I finally reached a point where it didn't go any further. Right. So now other people have contacted me that are psychics as well, and have said they see a tsunami in Lake Tahoe, and they said, "You need to talk about it." And I was like, "Okay." So I'm like the fall guy when, everybody's like, "Okay, put it out there." And they're like hiding behind me. It's like, go, you do it. So, but if this, and there, I looked it up, and they said that this is not unusual for Lake Tahoe to get deep earthquake activity, and it's overdue, and it causes tsunami in Lake Tahoe. So Lake Tahoe actually has tsunamis. Crazy, right? And I'm sure there's probably evidence of that. I haven't looked into it, but very, very interesting when you look at your intuitions and then you start to do the research. It's like, dang, that's a real, that could possibly be a real thing. Now, the fact that it was many years ago, because you don't know sometimes when this is coming. Now, for me, I live way up in Lake Tahoe now. I'm not down along the coast like I used to be, or close to the coast. So it's much better spot, and so I think I'll be good. And if not, I'm not. But I've had visions of this house shaking and running out, right? And I thought it was because it was going to be from the earthquakes that are going to be coming from California, which probably will. Probably get a little shake before that, and then domino effect. It could, cook off here in Lake Tahoe, and like some of the other psychics that contacted me said that they saw the tsunami. Now, this is where we need to be aware of vibrational energies, right? Of course, some places I've noticed. Some places hurricanes get, hurricanes get sucked into some places where the energy, the vibrational consciousness is low, where they have done some, bad things in some areas, or earthquakes and all these kind of different things. The earth responds to that, guys. God consciousness and so forth. It responds to extreme negativity. Now, we know in California, there's extreme negativity. Now, one of the things that we've seen is that a lot of people have been leaving California, which could be a good thing moving forward, all right? Like Elon Musk and some of the oil refineries and so forth. They've spent $1 billion just to get out of California. It's so bad here in California. And there were supposed to be a lot of gas stations. Costco was going to build a massive gas station. California is just so legislatively, regulationally out of control that everybody's just leaving. They're just not building anything. Jobs are drying up. They're leaving California on a massive scale. This could be a good thing. All right. So refineries. Now, one of the things that I've seen in my visions, in my remote views of California, when this earthquake activity happens, is that there's lots of fires. And I was like, fires. What the heck, gas lines, but there were major fires. So and I saw water, I saw like flooding and all kind of stuff. So that sounds to me like dams are going to go. It sounds to me like refineries are going to explode and, start fires everywhere. And there's going to be, I saw fire on water. So that makes sense that we would have the refineries that are along the coast a lot of times, getting damaged and then having fires and that fluid and stuff going into the water and stuff. So that's one of the things that I've seen. Like I said, tsunami here. Now the people, like I said, that have told me about the tsunamis happening here, there's some baddies that are here, right? Larry Ellison, we know that he's a baddie, and he does, he's a satanic type guy. And so these people, these other psychics are saying they're going to be taken out. Their homes and so forth are going to be taken out because of their negativity, right? So, there's been people that have talked about how there are some bad sacrifice type stuff that goes on here in Lake Tahoe. It's like, I'm not part of that. I've never heard of it specifically, but, I've seen it in other circles. Psychics have told me about it. Other psychics have told me about it. I think it is a possibility here, unfortunately, because what they do is they come in where there are good energies and they hijack them and they do their sacrifices, like that one I was just telling you guys about. Let me pull that up so you guys can see that. So bad energies, guys. We know that there's a lot of adrenochrome, adrenochrome making that happens in California, right? Underground facilities. So here it is. This woman, actor Kiana Underwood, dies. Former Nickelodeon actress who rose to prominence as a child performer. Now, when you work for the deep state, when you work for the Luciferian group, you are basically always going to be part of their group. And if they decide that you are going to be sacrificed, all right, in whatever manner, whether it's, like cut you open, cut your heart out, whatever they do sacrifice wise, or if they run you over like they did her, they have that option to do that anytime. All right. Even if you're high up, they'll sacrifice you. All right. And the sacrifice could be like, Bill and Hillary Clinton. Are they going to sacrifice them? Are they going to let them, stand trial and go to jail for not showing up for the congressional committee that told them to come? And they're just like other people. Steve Bannon, who else? I can't think of his name, but there's others that basically, there's two or three others. I think three major figures with Trump during the Trump timeframe that basically it's bullshit. You guys, I'm not doing it. And so they basically throw them in jail. Are they going to do that to Bill and Hillary? Or is the deep state going to let them be sacrificed, sacrifice them to that? And I think they've already been sacrificed. I think they're gone already. So it doesn't matter really. But here we have the incident occurred on Friday morning in the Brownsville neighborhood where Underwood was crossing an intersection. According to the New York Police Department, police said a black Ford Explorer SUV struck Underwood as she entered the roadway. After she fell to the street, a second vehicle, described by police as a black and gray sedan, also struck her before fleeing the scene. It was basically they did it on purpose, obviously. Two vehicles, I mean, neither one of these had a conscience to stop after they hit somebody. No, they hit her on purpose. So it was a sacrifice. So 33 degree Mason bullshit, all that. So there you go. Why did they sacrifice her? Is it for this coming ritual they're going to do where they, have a massive earthquake, all right? Induce a massive earthquake. It is a possibility. So we're going to see. If we see other things that correlate, I mean, this was on, I don't know what date that was. It was today's 18th. I don't know if it happened today or happened yesterday. Whatever date it was, might correlate to some other event. Because normally what they do is they do a male and a female when they have some event. All right. You look at Michael Jackson and Farrah Fawcett died the same day. All right. So you can look back on time and see, these events. I don't think so. All right. I think he's still alive. Right. But regardless, they do these events and they do them on certain dates, and they do them, in conjunction with other ritual events, So just like who's that one actor just recently that died with his wife and the dog when the dog star was rising. So all of this crazy stuff, they always do that bullshit, right? It's a sacrifice, and the same thing. A major actor and his wife, spent his whole life probably doing stuff for the deep state, and here they go, they sacrificed him. All right. They were found like days later. It's crazy. All right. Paul Walker is sure praying. Paul Walker is still alive. It's a possibility. I haven't really looked at that one. It's not clear to me. So there's a possibility he's still alive, but San Andreas fault. We know that, there's been a lot of talk about that. We've had some activity on that fault. Nothing super major. We're overdue for a major earthquake along that fault line. So this is what the fault line looks like all the way down in Brawley, California, near the border. Travels up, as you guys can see. It goes by Los Angeles, but don't be fooled. There are many faults in California. San Andreas is just a major one. And then it goes all the way up through San Francisco, through the Bay Area, and then out into off the Oregon coast, where there's another major fault line out there, where we just had a pretty significant earthquake, about a 6.1 or something like that. And that fault, when that gets hit, and it's a slip slide in a wave fault, that's the one I believe is going to cause the major tsunami. Will it happen this time? I don't think so, because of the way the Schumann resonance is responding. According to Stefan Burns, this indicates it's probably going to be on land. All right, so let's look at a little bit more the fault lines. Let's look at all the different fault lines in Cali. There's quite a few of them. If you've ever done this study, of course, I've spent a lot of time in California, but I really started looking at this as I started to see this potential major earthquake that's coming, and I believe it's coming soon. Major fault lines in California, see San Andreas, which is transform type, because it transforms everything, all right, massively. San Jacinto fault, it's a strike slip. Hayward fault, strike slip. Elsinore fault, Imperial fault. But those are some of the major ones. Now you see the time frame here. The Hayward fault, I think, is ready to really hammer away as well. I think that's one of the reasons why I think there's going to be a domino effect. I think the San Andreas goes, and I think the Hayward fault goes, and just pushes, just dominoes throughout California. All right. So last time the Hayward fault has gone off is 1868, 1906. Of course, I believe that was the San Francisco, big San Francisco quake. So we're overdue. Usually these happen in a little bit less of a time frame. Usually less than 100 years. So we're well over 100 years for both of those. So very, very high potential that we're going to see these basically have a major eruption, right? So our major slip, slide, and transform, whatever they do, right? So now, obviously, I'm not a hurricane dude, earthquake guy. I haven't studied any of that stuff, but I'm very advanced, and I think this is where consciousness is going to go in the future. It's not so much that we're going to be book smart as we're going to be intuitive smart, right? So if you're like me and some other people like Stefan Burns, you're very intuitive. That I think is a consciousness. That's the consciousness that's going to be recognized in the future as evidence of advanced consciousness and so forth. So I know that's the way it's going to be. All right. So let's look at Stefan Burns. Stefan Burns, as you're going to see here, he seems to be very excited. All right. All right. So he's got somebody that's doing his, or maybe he even does this, that's doing his graphics. So as you see here, he's pretty excited. All right. He did one maybe 5 or 6, maybe a little bit longer ago, where he talked about some of this stuff. So as you see here, humongous coronal hole. We're going to look at that. That giant solar flare just lit up and it's coming our way. Once in a lifetime planetary alignment of the planets, of course, and crazy human anomalies, which always happen, as he's pointed out, just before a major earthquake. All right, so let's jump in.
Hey everyone, geophysicist Stefan Burns here. Things are going nuts right now, not only here on Earth, but with the sun, and in fact, the entire solar system.
Yeah, I like the way he did that. Not only here on Earth, nuts, going nuts, as we know everything is. To me, everything seems to be pretty planned out. But for a lot of people, it seems really nutsoid. Now, this is pretty much, like I've been saying, this is kind of planned out because consciousness is going to attract this or stop it from happening. So one of the reasons why I know I'm out of California and a good distance away from it, even though I'm up here in a mountain where there's fault zones, is that I think that California is going to get hammered, right? And a good portion of that is because of the extremely low vibratory fields that are there. You have an incredibly corrupt governor there, Gavin Newsom, who I've been working on, as I've talked about, from the angelic realm. And it is quite a shit show in that angelic realm, guys. We're going in and we're hitting some baddies, right? Some dark angels. So there's a lot of problems here in California, and it attracts this type of activity. So the Earth is not very happy. God's not very happy with California. And I think that's why we're going to see major Earth change activity here in California. Now, I remember when I went to New York, that's before the 2 towers fell. All right. I was running the hand-to-hand program for the Navy SEAL team. So me and my instructor team, we went to Maryland to learn some very advanced skills. So we're like, we're going to be taking a plane. We're taking it out of New York. So we're like, we got some time. Let's walk the streets of New York. So we walked the streets of New York. It was interesting. We went to the top of the World Trade Center towers. We're at the top of them. It was quite a view. Stunning, everything. I don't know if we ate up there or something, but it was. I remember the people. The people not very friendly, and I took note of that. And I was like, and I'm a psychic. Even all the way back then, I was like, something's going to change. All right, I felt that these people are going to get awakened. All right, they're going to get a strong awakening event. And sure enough, even before the towers collapsed, a month before the towers collapsed, I felt I was telling everybody I felt something really major was coming. We needed to beef up our security. I was at the Naval Academy at the time. I said we have to beef up our security. I remember talking about it to all of the just before they went on vacation, because this was August time frame. So I think it was like late June before everybody went on vacation. I did a anti-terrorism brief, and the whole, there was like all senior enlisted guys there were doing these briefs, and like they'd have like the other guys would have a handful of people come up, and here's a guy that knows terrorism and stuff like that. So they the whole academy, there was like thousands came to the event, and I was telling them all these different things. I said, I feel very strongly that that you guys need to really be aware. And some people laughed, and but the senior, the captains, there was like there's tons of captains, Navy captains at the academy. There's a 3-star admiral there. They all took notice. They all felt it too, I believe. When I said it, they came, they were concerned. They asked me a lot of questions. And I told them, yeah, this is what I'm seeing. And then I remember, working out of the gym or something. I was going up to the office there at the academy where I worked at. And I was leaving in my car, and I was driving in, leaving something, and I saw a Middle Eastern guy. So, I've been to the Middle East quite a bit before that, and I know Middle Easterners. And he was driving, and this is how I kind of told everybody, you could have them come in. And I said, it would be very easy for them to come in a moving truck. I told them that because I saw the way, they just waved in moving trucks. I watch everything. And here I see this Middle Eastern guy in a moving truck driving out the academy. And I was like, he's probably doing a trial run to see how far he can get in. And so I turned my car around as fast as I could. I tried to follow him, but he was already, if you've ever been to Annapolis, it's not an easy place to get around. So I lost him. And before I could get out the gate and hit the turn where he went, he was gone. So I don't know if he saw that I was on to him or what, and he hit the gas, but whatever. We got word later after the attack that the Naval Academy was one of the target places that they had planned to hit. So I think that because I spoke out and I told everybody that there was going to be a possibility of an attack at the Naval Academy and this blah, blah, blah. And they beefed up security. So it went from an easy target to a hard target. So maybe they called it off. Maybe that's why we didn't get hit. I don't know. So sometimes you'll never know. So this is the crazy times we're in right now. Of course, we're seeing in Wisconsin and Minneapolis. I think Wisconsin, we're going to trade Wisconsin out for Alberta. Wisconsin's going to go to Canada, and we're going to get Alberta. And I'm kidding. We would never give up Wisconsin. It's mostly conservatives in there anyway. Just the crazies are in the big cities, like I've said. So, but I do think we're going to get Alberta and many more provinces in Canada, and then eventually all of Canada. So, and Greenland and Mexico, but we won't own them. We'll work with them, and we'll create a very good trading environment because we're going to have incredible things, free energy and flying cars and all kind of great stuff. So everybody's going to want to be trading with us, and everybody's going to be part of us, and we're going to just make that happen. But in the meantime, there are some very negative things that are going to be coming about over the next several years. One of those will be earth change activity because just like I saw after I went back to New York after the Twin Towers came down, I went there to check it out long after because I didn't want to get radiated, right? Because of direct energy weapons there. I didn't even know that direct energy weapons could cause radiation problems, right, at the time. But I felt that I'm not going anywhere near that site. And I had my kids, and I took them there, and I told them about it, and we walked around the areas far away from there. And everybody was nice. Everybody was nice in New York. Very nice, right? Nicer than just about any place you'll ever want to go. And just like that time that I was there, and I said, there's probably going to be an event. I feel like there's going to be an event that's going to happen here in New York. I feel there's going to be an event that's going to happen in California, right? So I see this is going to be a massive loss of life event, all right, when it does happen. All right, of course, I hope it doesn't. I pray that it doesn't, and I send my good energy there. And as you guys know, I work on different dimensional realms and fight evil. I'm doing the best that I can for California, but I think there's a very strong possibility that California, because of all the evil that's there, is going to suffer.
We have a convergence of events and things are going insane. I don't know where this is going to lead, but today, just now, we had a 1.95 X-class flare blast off from the sun. We can see it very clearly with our 131 angstrom imagery. As I'm recording this, it is still happening. As you can see, this blasted a massive coronal mass ejection out into space directly towards Earth, and that is going to hit us in about 2 to 3 days and trigger a significant geomagnetic storm, very likely G3 or even G4 levels, perhaps stronger than that. We could get more activity from this sunspot group here for 341. In fact, I think that's likely to occur. It's not yet exactly Earth center and direct. It still has about 3 days to go. We have a significant planetary alignment right now. We have Venus, Mars, and Mercury all on the far side of the sun, closely conjunct the sun. Pluto is there as well. And today is the new moon. Happy new moon, everyone, meaning that Earth's moon is positioned in front of the Earth and between the Earth and the sun. Also in this alignment, Jupiter is directly behind us. So almost every single significant point and planet in the sun in our solar system is participating in this alignment, excluding the outermost gas giants. So they are also configured in their own alignment with Saturn and Neptune conjunct with Uranus and Pluto. All 2024, they looked very much like this, but they were much shorter in duration. Those preceded high magnitude 7+ earthquakes. So we could be looking at a huge earthquake in the immediate future, likely land-based, because usually those signals for ocean-based earthquakes are absorbed by the conductive seawater, but they also look like they could be man-made electromagnetic signals. So some sort of weird frequency.
All right. So I pointed this out with the several years ago when there was earthquake in Turkey, which was followed very quickly by another very high level earthquake, just barely below the one that happened. That's extremely, extremely rare. And I felt at the time, and I said at the time, that I felt that that was something that they were doing to try and get Turkey to do certain things at the time. So Turkey did do those things that they wanted them to do. And so I guess they didn't get any more earthquakes, but it was, people were saying, it's probably maybe 1,000 people lost their lives. And I said, nope, that's going to be upwards of 10,000. And sure enough, it was. All right. So now what will be, if it does come, what will be the, the death rate for California? I think it's going to be unbelievably significant. All right. I think there's going to be as well, because a lot of the crazy that they would do that, but I guess they were getting a good deal. I don't know what the hell they were thinking about, but a lot of the electric generation plants that are nuclear are along fault lines. Other generation plants are along fault lines. Some of the plants for oil and gas refining are along fault lines. So there's going to be major destruction, and from possible problems with the nuclear power plants that might get disrupted, or the refineries and the gases that come from that, and the toxic everything that comes from those things. We're going to see major loss of life from that as well, I think, in California when it does happen. So yeah, one fault going off in one location, that's bad enough, but this could be, like I said, domino effect type faults. Now you're seeing right here, Stefan Burns is showing you that there's, we have the coronal hole, that's our coronal mass ejection that's coming at us. We just had a sunspot that basically blew off lots of energy at us, magnetic energy. These are all, those two things alone are pretty significant, but we're also seeing, which is an indicator like he's talking about, the Schumann resonance is blowing up. And every time it does this, within a few days, there's usually a very major significant earthquake. So you have not only the Schumann resonance like spiking, but you have coronal hole that's pointing at us with a lot of energy. And then we just had, as you saw, a coronal mass ejection. And who knows, we could get more of that. So it's not looking so good.
manipulation that's occurring. I don't know.
So yes, like he's saying, manipulation. Like I said in the beginning, like you saw in the atmosphere here, where there's chemtrailing all day long on a massive level here, and this where you saw those are over California. That's not Nevada where I'm at. That's California side, out over that area. So I think there's going to be, because what they can do is they can create those clouds, and they can bounce their HARP energy off those clouds and are directed energy weapons. I don't know. So, but I've heard how they use HARP to basically through using clouds and so forth that they create that has particles of nanoparticles or whatever the heck it has in them, metals or whatever they have in them. It can induce even more problems when they hit it with HARP. All right. So I think that's what we're seeing. I think that's what we're going to see. So now what do you do if you're in California? Well, you're going to have to start to, listen to your intuition. You're going to, if, your pets get crazy, if you start having these crazy feelings, and don't let me, influence you, stay calm, stay cool, stay open-minded. But if you start to feel things aren't quite right, this is what I've been feeling. I've had dreams of California, recently. I see myself in dreams and, survival mode. I hope it doesn't, come to my area too, but I pick up on the, frequencies of others that are possibly going to suffer as well. And some of you guys are like that as well. You're basically tapped into different frequencies. You can feel these things. So not only intuitive, but also, energy, you feel these energies before they come. And that's what I'm feeling.
There's a lot out there on that. Some of these, groups have been doing this covertly for 50 plus years now. So it's not out of the book. It's not out of the question. And we know that these rhythms, these electromagnetic frequencies in the Schumann resonance range of 0 to 50 hertz overlap with our brain waves and our basic biologic rhythms. And that's why they're experimenting with that in terms of it.
All right. And so like he's talking about the Schumann resonance, once it's being influenced, it interacts with our bio and, our brain, our neurons and so forth, neurons in your gut. So you get that, that gut feeling that something's off. You get that feeling in your heart, the brain, and heart coherence. If you're, tapped into that, you're going to get, possibly some intuitions. You'll start to feel, you won't feel right. Something doesn't feel right. You listen to that and hopefully you're going to get some guidance. Now, it doesn't mean that it's going to happen this week in California. And that's why I say you need to listen to your intuition. It could be further out. I'm surprised it's been this long. So I feel strongly if it doesn't happen soon, it's going to happen sooner, or I don't know. It's going to happen this year. I feel very strongly, and maybe, this week, guys. So just be heads up. I'm not a doomer. I'm not a gloomer. I'm just an informer. I get these energies. I feel these energies. I get these intuitions from God, and I'm like, do I have to? If it doesn't happen, then everybody's going to not like me. But I'm over that. There's a lot of people don't like me, so screw you guys that don't like me. You're not even listening anyway, so I don't care. But there is a lot of of you out there that are tapped into this. So just feel your way through this. Try and keep people informed. Don't put them in fear. I don't want anybody to be in fear, because if you're in fear, you're not going to be tapped into your intuition. You won't know what to do. All right.
To control the populace and their minds and more. It gets wild. We have that happening right now. We also have a gigantic coronal hole on the Earth-facing side of the sun that is about to connect to us with its open magnetic field extending deep into interplanetary space. We're about to get hit with a high-speed stream from that. And typically when we get these sort of significant high-speed stream impacts and we connect to these very large trans-equatorial coronal holes, we often get high-magnitude earthquakes to follow. There's a clear correlation there. And so we have all the factors converging right now for a gigantic earthquake to occur.
All right. So all the factors are there for a gigantic earthquake to occur, right? So let's look at some of the different faults out there. We'll zero in on them, get an idea of where they're at. Now you look at, we're backed off pretty good. We see all about California. You see these, colored lines in there. We're just going to go in. All right, we're going to go in and start to see. Oh wow, there's lots of faults, and I'm even going to take you up to my area of Lake Tahoe to show you there's where those 3 different faults are. So as you guys can see, you have the major San Andreas, but there's a lot of other faults around Los Angeles, right? See all these little squiggly lines? Those are all faults, right? So let's go in deeper. There's the Charnock fault over here. We got the Raymond fault. We got the Hollywood fault. We got the Whittier fault, the Norwalk fault, the Walnut Creek fault. They're all around California or Los Angeles, guys, all around. Sierra Madre fault zone. So that's kind of out there in the mountains. So, but yeah, we have a lot of Los Alamitos fault, the Verdes fault, Cabrillo fault. There's, you get the Mexicans coming in here. They're all faulted up too. No, I'm kidding. But there's lots of fault activity in Los Angeles, right? Los Angeles. And of course, all the way up into, let's go all the way up into San Francisco. So as you see in San Francisco is riddled as well, all right? And probably even more than Los Angeles. Now over here in Lake Tahoe, zero in, where am I? Is it further down? Sacramento, where's Sacramento? Here it is right here. All right. So zeroing in on Lake Tahoe, so all the way through the, mountains, we have, faults. And as you can see here in Tahoe, you have the Tahoe fault, you have the Incline Village fault and the Tahoe fault. So all these different faults, I believe, are going to cause at some point a tsunami, right? Now, I had this one psychic that told me that when this tsunami happens, it's going to destroy all the baddies' homes, and then it's going to go down. It goes down this river, or actually it goes back this way, and into Reno. So it comes around. There's a river that goes all the way down, the Tahoe River, I think, something like that. And this woman said she saw Reno getting hit by the tsunami that devastates Tahoe. That gets triggered into Tahoe, and it goes down the river and basically comes down. I think it's a Truckee River, and then it comes into Reno and causes massive flooding in Reno. I was like, wow, okay, that's a pretty good one. I haven't seen that one, but like I said, there's a lot of psychics that are seeing this stuff. So I'm not the only one, right? Now, the San Andreas, they tell us what's coming. So we had a movie, and so I'm the white Dwayne Johnson, right? That's what people call me. They call me the White Rock because we look so much alike. It's funny. But, here we have the Rock here in the movie San Andreas. This was released like 11 years ago almost. May 29th is when it came out. So, 10 years, a little over 10 years ago. It cost them 110 million to make that. That's a lot of money back then, but they made 475 million. So that was a good showing. But a lot of people saw this, and it showed all of the devastation that happened in that movie to Los Angeles, right? As you see here, everything's falling down. He's in the helo, like, what the hell do I do? How do I help people? So that's the way it's going to be for a lot of people, unfortunately. I think when this really does happen, when it does come. All right. So latest earthquakes, let's look at the USGS. So this gives us an idea of what's actually happening right now, right? So this gives us an indication of what might be transpiring. So this is, you see all these reds? So these are just recent. So that just happened. Dang. That just happened. What was that? Within the last 30 minutes or so, maybe even less. 4.2. That's off the coast. That's where the big tsunami's coming, I believe. So you had, back in, when was that one? 6.0 off of Oregon. That was, look at that, 10 kilometers. That was on the 15th. So 3 days ago. That's significant, 6.0. Now, like I said, there's bracketing that happened. So down in here, we had the Acapulco, pretty significant Acapulco earthquake. Let's see if I can get it. 6.5, Rancho Viejo. That was on, that's not so soon ago. That was January 2nd. But where was the other one? There was another one that was pretty significant. So anyway, you have two. You have the one here, and you have the one here. So you basically bracket in the middle, and that's showing you right there in the LA area. So see all of the earthquake, and it's when you see red like that, which looks like it's cooking, it's getting ready, right? There's possibility that you're going to have something pretty soon. So let's zero it in. Let's do 1 day, 2.5 or greater. So you see Los Angeles. Los Angeles is kicking, right? That's a 2.9 in Johannesburg and Little Creek or Leyte Creek, Octio Wells. So they're cooking there. Let's go 1 day, all magnitude. So again, all magnitude. Los Angeles is getting a lot of them. Now, this is not unusual for California to get a lot of earthquakes. But look where the focus is. And like I'm saying, we got all this energy coming in, and it looks like we got these two big earthquakes, 4.5 or greater. So you see in between where these significant earthquakes over the last 7 days are. Go back 30 days out. So here it is. So here's that one. I think, 6.5, Rancho Viejo, and then the came in at 6.1, and now they downgraded 6.0. But anyway, and then there you have pretty good one there in San Francisco's 3.9. So let's look at 7 days. Really getting active there. All right. Really starting to, tell us something there, I believe. All right, let's look at the 30 days. 30 days, 4.5. 30 days, 2.5. 30 days, all magnitudes, and it's like cooking. All right. And those guys out in El Paso better look out too. All right. So, hey, Nino, look out, man. So look at all the stuff that's coming up. That's coming around the bend. So you got a lot of energy coming up here. And when it starts to get, tight in this bend and starts to flow down, that's when you need to look out. All right. So that's what we're seeing. We're seeing all this energy coming in, and it's cooking around that corner there. Let's zero in on that a little bit. So Alaska, yeah, it's building and cooking down, and comes around that bend and cooks off here. But if it continues down, then we're going to see it in the United States. So that's what we're seeing, right? So that's the earthquake activity. We're going to see, I think, at some point, whether it's this week or following weeks or months or whatever, we're going to see a very, very significant earthquake activity coming for California. All right, so let's look at Greenland. Greenland reality check. All right, so this is something we're going to get Greenland, right? It's a done deal. Stephen Miller just proved Denmark's claim is a total joke. So Stephen Miller, President Trump's White House Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy, said Greenland is central to U.S. national security, arguing that Denmark lacks the capacity to defend or control the territory while expecting the United States to shoulder the cost. Of course, we have basically, protected Europe for a long time, World War I, World War II, and we've done the same thing with Greenland throughout all these wars. And, the costs are not fair. Did you know that Greenland is 25% larger than Alaska? I didn't know that. It was crazy. So Miller emphasized the sheer size of Greenland, noting that it far exceeds what many Americans may realize and presents major defense challenges that only the United States can face and take care of, because China and Russia are trying to be, there's a lot of Arctic activities evidently happening now. So it's very important for not only our defense, but for Europe's defense as well. So Europe's playing this stupid little game like they always do. I say get the hell out of NATO and just let them find out, right? They're effing around. They're going to let them find out, right? Really, this goes all the way to England, all right? The city of London, all right? The financial district. And we're seeing the price of silver skyrocketing. And basically Trump said that any country, Europe, that, tries to be a jackass, he didn't say those words, of course, but those are mine, and, try and dissuade us from, being involved with Greenland, which we already have base there, then we're going to give you 10% tariffs. And that's what he's done. So with that 10% tariffs, that means that silver, which the city of London, the London Exchange does not have a lot of, and they've been relying on New York to ship to them to meet their needs, so they can cover their, their shorts and all that kind of stuff. It's not going to come now, and so the price of silver is probably going to skyrocket in England because they can't meet those, demands that are coming now. No one wants the paper. They want the real thing all around the world. And so we may see the price of silver go up quite a bit. The price of silver right now in China, I just looked at it in Shanghai Exchange, it's 101. And when we opened, so the price of silver got pushed down on Friday so that the big banks could get out of their shorts and buy silver at a cheap price. They pushed it down because it was option expiration date. So they come in and play their games because they've owned a lot of this stuff for a long time. And now they're getting to the point where they've been trying to short silver for a long time. And now it's not working for them at all. And they're getting caught and they're losing a lot of money, all right? Billions and billions and billions. And of course, the Federal Reserve, which is not federal and they have no reserves, is, probably going to cut rates next week. So I think we're going to see the stock market go up a little bit, maybe sideways, and they're going to be like, maybe down, up, down, until next week, next Tuesday, when the Fed rate decision comes. I think they're going to cut rates so that they give more crack toilet paper money to the stock market and investors so they can invest it into crypto, and the smart money will go into silver and gold and platinum, and those will go up significantly as well. I think into the $112 to $125 range, but we'll see. All right, so the dollar is going to be have less worth, right? And that means that silver and gold will be worth more, because that's where money doesn't just sit; it goes places, right? And it goes somewhere, and it's going to go into silver, like it's been doing, because that's where the real, crypto type returns are happening. I've been saying this for a year, right? Get into silver. Remember early last year, I was like, it's going to like, I see it going to between 75 and 85 by the end of the year. And I said that back when it was, I don't know, 25, 30. And so everybody was like doubting Thomas's, right? And then I said, put your finger in the hole. No, go and you'll see. You're going to find out. You're going to F around. You're going to find out. So, and now people are scrambling, and they're jumping into silver with both feet and both hands. And they're finding out. They're going to find out that it's going to go much higher, much higher. And that's going to destroy the banking cartel. It's going to destroy the City of London banking cartel. And that's good. But it's also going to put pressure on the United States to come up with the silver. And that's why we are going into Mexico, and we're also going into Venezuela and Colombia. Colombia is really where the big money is. Now, the big banks were money laundering the oil from Venezuela. So Trump has stopped that. So the people of Venezuela now the United States is buying a lot of oil from Venezuela, and the people are going to benefit from that, right? So there were some bad apples in the oil companies, ConocoPhillips, and I think ExxonMobil. Bad, all right? And I don't know if they were involved in Iran back in the before the the revolution, but there's some bad companies here, and basically Trump called them out. I guess he had a meeting with all the oil companies, and like, you're going to go down to Venezuela. We're gonna make Venezuelan oil pump, and then I don't know if it was Conoco or ExxonMobil. One of them said, well, now Chevron, is it Chevron? Maybe not Chevron, but there was one oil company that's always done the right thing down there, all right? And so they've done a good job. Now, Trump was at this meeting, and I think it was ExxonMobil, or one of them was like crying because he's like they're like, or we're going to get any of our investment back or something like that. And he's like, well, how much are you out? And they said 12 billion. And Trump said, that's a good write-off. So he's not going to let these guys go in and rape again, guys. It's going to be fair. It's going to be equitable. And the same thing is going to happen with silver in Mexico, because Mexico is a huge producer. So is Peru. A lot of those countries, once we took down the Venezuelan voting, control that was going on for most of the world, then we're going to see a lot of countries now get fair and equitable voting, and especially here in the United States, which the Democrats aren't going to like at all. They're not going to like that at all. Right? So, and they're fighting. Now, we know that the black community, they did all those, with George Floyd. The black community basically, rioted like crazy. Democrats told them, we're going to give you reparations from the Civil War for being slaves from a long time ago. It's like, what? And, so the Democrats were making all these promises. So they rioted. All right. Who's rioting now? And who's rioting for those people? The radical leftist women, right? They're the worst. All right. But, some guys some like some guys, some kind of guys, right? Some kind of male-looking guys, I guess we could say that. Not so much males, but weak men, weak woke men, and wokester women. All right, so that's sad. It's unfortunate. They've been consciously compromised, like I talk about, but they're it's mostly them that are riding now. How about that? And who are they riding for? They're riding for the illegal aliens, who are the new puppets. It used to be the black community. Now it is the illegal aliens. Now the Democrat Party has given everything to the illegal aliens, and the black community is like, WTF, right? And they're like turning away. They turned away a massive number during Trump's last election, and I promise you, they're turning away a lot more now. So you don't see any of the black community involved in this now, guys. They're like, burn me once, burn me twice. Burn me once, shame on you. Burn me twice, shame on me. So they're like, we need to wake up because we're getting burned and burned and burned and burned and burned and burned. So it's time for black community to wake up, and I think they're doing it. All right. So they're turning against the Democrat Party. Now, when the illegal aliens find out that now they're effing around, they're finding out, and they're getting shipped out of here in big numbers. They're like, WTF? I thought they were going to take care of us. No. So this is a generational thing right now, guys. That's why they're fighting so hard in Wisconsin, and they're probably going to fight hard in other states as well. All right. Because if they lose this next puppet class, all right, they're done. And I've been saying this for a long time. They're done. Democrats are done. All right. And the rhinos, and probably almost all of the political types. Now, I've heard that from Sheila Holm that could be something happening on the 20th. All right. That's Tuesday. That would be the day that we might see a major earthquake. So, these puppets and puppet masters still have a long fight left in them, guys. All right. And we're gonna have to really hunker down and make sure that we're in the right position to not get caught up in it. Right. All right, guys. That's all I got for tonight.
Hello, Patriots. I'm at Restored Republic via a GCR update compiled by Judy Byington. As of Saturday, January 17th, customers of Bank of America were losing their bank accounts as the system failed. Customer accounts were vanishing from ledgers. Money was disappearing in real time as the fiat US dollar collapsed. This was not a glitch. It was a systematic shutdown running through central banks across the globe. To gain back control of the global financial system and country over the evildoers, on Sunday evening, January 11th, Trump gave the green light for the global currency reset. President Trump was also soon expected to invoke the Insurrection Act 10 U.S. Code Section 253. POTUS can send in the military to suppress any insurrection, domestic violence, unlawful combination, or conspiracy if it obstructs the laws of the U.S. Way back in March 2019, I outlined the banker connection to the Ninth Circle. As of this month of March 2019, over 74,000 sealed indictments have been acted upon in grand juries. Military tribunals were expected prior to a global currency reset that would return tax dollars back for use of the people. Haven't heard about all this? Again, not surprising. The mainstream media has refused to cover anything labeled Illuminati or satanic, perhaps because their owners were complicit. And don't you get tired of the mainstream media's negative view of our president? I do. But then perhaps I should understand that with 74,000 indictments about to be unsealed, some of them may just name Trump's critics. Unlike the mainstream media, some in Congress weren't afraid to speak the truth. Actually, President Trump's secret rescue of ourselves from the Ninth Circle all started the morning of his inauguration, when the president-elect paid a visit to CIA headquarters. There he declared a war on international. One of the first official acts as president was to put an attorney general from Utah, Robert Huber, over 740 investigators, charging them to look into the vast problem. Since then, most of Huber's over 74,000 indictments filed in federal courts across the nation were said to involve pedophilia, with perpetrators ranging from the general population to leaders in the Catholic Church to Hollywood to political and global elites. Look for articles on Pedogate, Pizzagate, Pedowood. There have been many arrests and convictions, plus a few children rescued, most of which has gone unreported in the mainstream media. We really do have a problem here, or there. Evidently, secret trials and tribunals have been going on in federal courts across the nation and at Gitmo since January 1st. It was estimated that it would take around 2 years to prosecute the over 74,000 cases. There were so many pending that there wasn't enough personnel to handle it all. As of Monday morning, 12th of January 2026, Trump's quantum financial system stands fully operational, ushering in the greatest wealth transfer in human history. Everyone's QFS digital wallets, new digital bank accounts on the Starlink satellite system, are secure, sovereign, and await activation only by you. The global currency reset and revaluation have crossed the point of no return, with Tier 4B notifications flowing through secure channels. Redemption appointments are imminent. Expect 800 numbers and exchange instructions in the coming days, leading to historic payouts backed by gold, silver, and asset-backed currencies under ISO 20022 compliance. You will be individually contacted and do not have to belong to a group. Nassar Tassar principles are manifesting. Massive debt forgiveness for mortgages, credit cards, and loans. The abolition of unlawful taxes like the IRS burdens, and the return of stolen wealth to the people through tax refunds and humanitarian allocations. Global currency reset, Saturday, January 17th, 2026. The activation of Tier 4B has changed everything, not with noise, but with structure. Nassar Jassar connected on Telegram. What was once dismissed as Dinar Dreams or Zim conspiracy has now become a controlled and classified process operating inside the secure layers of the global financial system. And those who quietly held, studied, and prepared are now being contacted, not publicly. Precisely. What I'm seeing now is a move from theory to application. Bank screens showing active internal rates, appointments issued through encrypted portals, enhanced protocols verifying both identity and intent, wealth management teams prepared for post-exchange structuring. This is not traditional banking process. It is strategic clearance through layers of security on the ground. Here's what it looks like. Appointments are invitation only. Devices are surrendered at entry. NDA protocols are standard, not optional. Immediate access depends on verified documentation and lawful acquisition. There are no lines, no signs, no press. This is how value transitions in silence without triggering volatility. The rates themselves are not speculative. They are visible to those inside internal banking systems connected to quantum tracked validation layers. Public Forex remains unchanged because it is not part of this channel. IQD, VND, and ZIM now carry asset-backed recalibration tied to sovereign restructuring, resource leverage, and post-sanction stabilization. Iraq is leading, but it is not moving alone. Vietnam's tiered rollout is progressing. Zimbabwe's asset ledger is syncing with commodity-backed valuation models. This is the reality behind the curtain. Tier 4B is not where the story ends. It is where the public quietly enters a space that has been moving in silence for years. Saturday, January 17th, 2026, Nick Shirley investigation finds a Minnesota healthcare company called Advanced Mobility Incorporated that has been getting money from taxpayers and registered with the state for over 26 years. They visit the location. It doesn't exist. 26 years of scamming Americans. Saturday, January 17th, 2026, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent stuns America by confirming there are tapes of Minnesota AG Ellison taking money to stop investigations into Somalis. I don't want to get ahead of the investigation, but when the bear trap snaps, we will get these folks. Saturday, January 17th, 2026. DHS source says Renee Good was professional Antifa. Saturday, January 17th, 2026. Project Veritas has caught over 2,000 doing election fraud. Now they face 20 years in prison. Saturday, January 17th, 2026. In 1913, Satan worshiping the Rothschilds, Rockefellers, and globalist elites created the Federal Reserve, a private banking corporation owned by major central bankers who live in England. It is not a government agency, but is in control of the Internal Revenue Service. This system enables the continuous theft of your purchasing power through a complex web of treasury bonds, Federal Reserve checks, written from empty accounts, and fractional reserve banking. When the government needs money, it issues bonds, IOUs, that banks purchase. These banks then sell these bonds to the Federal Reserve, which creates currency out of thin air by writing checks on accounts with zero balances. This newly created currency is multiplied through fractional reserve banking, where banks can lend up to 90% of depositors' money while still showing the full amount in accounts. This results in a monetary system requiring ever increasing debt. Saturday, January 17th, 2026. Foreign aid will now go directly to each country. If you want to help a country fund the country, not NGOs that skim overhead, impose agendas, and turn aid into a permanent business model. Saturday, January 17th, 2026. Tucker Carlson has revealed that Russia is seriously considering using nuclear weapons against Europe, with the United Kingdom and Germany as primary targets. Russia warns that if the war in Ukraine drags on another year or two, it will completely wipe the UK and Germany off the map. Vladimir Putin is done playing games with the European Union. Shadow of Israel on Telegram. Saturday, January 17, 2026. To millions of Americans, Satanist Alex Soros is the president of the terrorist organization Antifa. He employs trans creatures drawn from the FBI, CIA, Special Forces, and other branches of national security, operating through coordinated Discord channels. At the very top sit the highest ranks, billionaire financiers and powerful politicians. Saturday, January 17, 2026. From the U.S. Embassy in South Africa, the United States notes with concern and alarm reports that the Minister of Defense and SANDF defied a government order regarding Iran's participation in the ongoing naval exercises. Iran is a destabilizing actor and state sponsor of terror, and its inclusion in joint exercises in any capacity undermines maritime security and regional stability. It is particularly unconscionable that South Africa welcomed Iranian security forces as they were shooting, jailing, and torturing Iranian citizens engaging in peaceful political activity. South Africans fought so hard to gain for themselves. South Africa can't lecture the world on justice while cozying up to Iran. Rapid Response 47 on Telegram. Friday, January 16th, we have a link to the Geller Report. Deep State Slush Fund 81 traitorous Republicans vote with Democrats to fund anti-Trump Ned targeting MAGA and the Constitution. Saturday, January 17th, Justice Department probing Minnesota Governor Walz, Minneapolis Mayor Frey for obstructing ICE. Saturday, January 17th, watch an anti-ICE agitator is detained by law enforcement outside a federal facility. Saturday, January 17th, boom, war room mode activated. Pete Hegseth terminates deep state contractors, dismantles DEI fraud empire and military industrial complex. A Saturday, January 17th, Gitmo update. Guantanamo Bay detention camp arrests, indictments, and executions for thousands of new ex-elite prisoners. Official documents. Saturday, January 17th, boom. The greatest lie ever sold. Biden was executed at Gitmo in 2020. Trump's truth bomb shatters the global cabal. Saturday, January 17th, holy shite, New World Order declared on camera. New World Order. Mark Carney just spoke the globalist curse into existence. Friday, January 16th, medical shockwave. Trump forces Big Pharma to slash drug prices from $25,000 to $2,500. We're bringing everything down. Friday, January 16th, breaking special report. Trump unleashes Arctic strike. Without Greenland, America has a massive security hole.
Your reaction when I said that Timothy Busfield was running a children's theater was exactly the same reaction I had, which is, okay, the same way, like, they become Boy Scout leaders and they volunteer to help at children's charities. And the pedophiles go where children are. I'm not saying Timothy Busfield is a pedophile. He's got charges against him that he'll fight in court. He says the mother is a money-grubbing revenge artist who's pissed that he was the director of the show when her 2 7-year-old twin boys were fired from it. That's his story. And he has a star of the show, a female actress, who told the Warner Brothers investigator that the mother said that to her, that the mother said, I'm going to get revenge on Timothy Busfield. And he claims he has a clean polygraph. But that's where he's going with his defense. But we're broadening it out now. And you and I both know the way Warner Brothers conducted this investigation and failed to cooperate fully, in my view, with the police looking into Busfield is par for the course in Hollywood. How did Nickelodeon get away with this for all those years?
I was going to say the same thing about the Warner Brothers, quote unquote, investigation and the Warner Brothers lawyer once this was brought to their attention. I don't necessarily believe Nickelodeon's cleaned up their house. Why would I believe that? There were rumors about Dan Schneider forever, way before this documentary. Way before everybody.
His Great American Healthcare Plan. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth on Telegram. Direct payments to individuals. The government will pay subsidies directly to Americans, allowing them to purchase their own healthcare plans and putting more money in their pockets while reducing the influence of big insurance companies. Massive prescription drug discounts. Implements the most favored nation pricing to slash drug costs by 80 to 90%, up to 300 to 500% for some drugs, ensuring Americans pay the lowest prices in the world, achieved through international agreements and tariffs. Voter fraud. Wednesday, January 14th, Edward Snowden. Not a single military ballot matched a registered Michigan voter in the system. Every ballot she inspected without exception was marked for Joe Biden. There wasn't a single Trump vote. The IT contractor and poll challenger at Detroit's TCF Center describes processing thousands of military ballots that appeared suspiciously uniform, each one looking like an identical Xerox copy with no variations in paper, ink, or markings. She estimates handling 30,000 plus ballots that night, many of which were scanned multiple times. She alleges supervisors dismissed challenges and even threatened challengers with expulsion for questioning the process. According to poll challenger Andrew Sito's sworn affidavit and testimony, Sito reported vehicles with out-of-state license plates pulling up to unload boxes from the rear entrance, an unusual procedure compared to earlier deliveries. What followed was even more alarming. Tens of thousands of ballots were reportedly wheeled in on 8 long tables positioned near the duplicate ballot station. Observing the processing closely, every ballot I observed was cast for Joe Biden. Sito states emphatically, noting no visible Trump votes in the batch he inspected. Saturday, January 17th, Corporation versus Sovereign. This is not a theory, this is a structure. Mr. Poole, final chapter on Telegram. You were not born free, you were registered. The moment your name entered a state registry, a legal fiction was created. Not you, but a corporate representation of you designed to interact with debt, obligations, and control. This is why your name appears in all caps. This is why courts speak a foreign language. This is why justice feels like accounting. Birth certificates were never about life. They were financial instruments. Human beings were collateralized to support a debt system that could not survive on real value. You did not consent to this debt. You were pledged against it. For over a century, the system functioned quietly. People never questioned why governments needed consent after birth, but not before. Why rights turned into privileges. Why obligations multiplied without agreement. This is because it was never a moral system. It was a commercial one. In 1871, a structural shift occurred. Governance moved from natural law to corporate management. The state became a business. The people became assets that, from that point on, statutes replaced law. Policies replaced truth, and consent was presumed instead of given. Every major war followed the same formula. Finance both sides, drain the nations, collect the debt, absorb the assets. This was never a conspiracy. This was a business model. Crisis was the product. Fear was the lever. 2020 was not a health event. It was a global compliance test. Movement restricted, speech conditioned, bodies medicalized, not to protect life, but to measure obedience and dependence. What followed was logical. Tracking signals, pressure, normalization. From 2021 to 2024, the transition accelerated. Digital systems replaced human judgment. Algorithms began to govern access. By 2026, the system expected full integration through digital ID, programming, money, and permission-based existence. Not announced, assumed, but something broke. Consent started collapsing. People stopped believing without being told to stop. Institutions continued operating, but without legitimacy. Courts lost authority. Media lost trust. Government lost the internal agreement that made it function. This is the most dangerous phase for any control system. Not revolt, withdrawal. You cannot govern those who no longer identify as corporate subjects. You cannot collect from those who no longer consent internally. This is why pressure is increasing. This is why everything feels rushed. The system is not evolving. It is running out of time. Rules change mid-sentence. Policies shift without explanation. Authority demands compliance it can no longer justify. You were never meant to be managed. You were never meant to be a line item. You were never meant to ask permission to exist. This is not a revolution. This is a reversion, a return to self-ownership, a return to a sovereign being. The corporate world only functions with your belief, and that belief is fading. We do not comply anymore. Saturday, January 17th. President Trump has officially triggered Nisara Jasara, the global financial reset we've been praying for. The cabal's fiat slavery system is crumbling, and the White Hats are delivering the knockout punch with the global currency reset. Dr. Scott Young. Key activations firing off right now. All illegal debts wiped clean. Mortgages, credit cards, student loans, car loans gone. The people are being liberated from decades of usury and theft by the elite bankers. Federal Reserve and IRS obliterated. No more income tax slavery. We're returning to a gold-backed, asset-backed quantum financial system that's unhackable and incorruptible. Massive wealth redistribution incoming. Prosperity packages, debt forgiveness on a planetary scale, and trillions flowing back to we the people. Zim holders and currency exchangers. Get ready for those historic payout rates that will erase poverty overnight. Global rollout accelerating. BRICS nations syncing up. Rainbow currencies live in over 200 countries. Saint Germain trust funds unleashing the suppressed wealth. The military is in control behind the scenes. Constitution fully restored, and mass arrests of the deep state puppets are ramping up fast. Trump signed the orders. The reset begins immediately in 2026. Redemption centers notified, gold coins accepted, ETF approvals locked in. The cabal panicked with fake crises, money printing, and distractions, but it's too late. White Hats flipped the script. Quantum system online. Nisara Jasara blasting through every barrier. This is the Great Awakening in real time. The elite's empire of lies is collapsing. No more child trafficking funds, no more rigged elections, no more control through debt. Humanity is stepping into true freedom, abundance, and divine justice. The biggest red pill drop ever is unfolding. Stay vigilant, trust the plan, and prepare. The blessings are pouring out to patriots who held the line. Trump and the military alliance are delivering what was promised. The republic is rising, the world is healing, and the devil's minions are running scared. Saturday, January 17th, the Rothschild Central Banking Hidden Money Matrix. How big banks and big government steals your wealth through the Federal Reserve scam. Mr. Poole on Telegram. There is a 30-minute documentary on how the Rothschilds, Rockefellers, and globalist elites created the U.S. Federal Reserve to enslave American citizens and bankrupt our nation to destroy it from within. People are finally waking up to the realization that our modern monetary system is nothing more than a massive fraudulent parasitic scheme designed to siphon wealth from hardworking citizens to banks and government elites, and they have been rising up to fight back. The Federal Reserve, despite its official sounding name, is a private banking corporation owned by major central bankers who live in England. It is not a government agency. Created in 1913, the same year the Income Tax Amendment was passed, no coincidence. This system enables the continuous theft of your purchasing power through a complex web of treasury bonds, Federal Reserve checks written from empty accounts, and fractional reserve banking. When the government needs money, it issues bonds, IOUs, that banks will purchase. These banks then sell these bonds to the Federal Reserve, which creates currency out of thin air by writing checks on accounts with zero balances. This newly created currency is multiplied through fractional reserve banking, where banks can lend up to 90% of depositors' money while still showing the full amount in accounts. This results in a monetary system requiring ever-increasing debt, with more debt in existence than currency to pay it off. A mathematical impossibility designed to enslave us through perpetual taxation. Our founding fathers fought against central banking for this very reason, which is why the Constitution specified only gold and silver as money. Today's system violates these principles, robbing us of our liberty and transferring wealth to bankers, who, as a former Banker of England director allegedly stated, own the earth, and with the flick of a pen will create enough money to buy it back again if it's taken away. The worst part, our system was all created and owned by disgusting child trafficking pedophiles. This is the system you are all assimilating together to help President Trump fight against and abolish.
News coming out today, January 17th, 2026. As you can see here, coming out on Telegram from Almog Boker, they are reporting this translated into English that in Israel, senior U.S. officials are telling Israelis Channel 12 that the attack will happen. It's only a matter of time. The United States is preparing for action, and this is for Iran. And take a look, actually coming out today, January 17th as well from the live feed, you can see here, former U.S. ambassador to Israel says Trump is going to try to kill the supreme leader. There is news starting to spread that right now Trump, he is still moving military assets to the Middle East, and that even though he has paused and not hit yet, that there are plans to hit. It is on the way, and he is planning to remove the leadership. Now, this coincides with, take a look of what else is coming out just today. Says it's time for new leadership in Iran, and that new leadership might come through strikes on Iran and also through the assassination of the supreme leader. We're hearing also in the last 24 hours, Khamenei calls Trump a criminal. And he is saying that they are protesting the way they are because Donald Trump has put them up to it. And now we also saw them threaten to assassinate Donald Trump. And we're hearing the Secret Service is aware after the Iranian state TV airs Trump threat featuring a photo of the Butler assassination attempt. We heard them say this time the bullet will not miss. Also, we just saw as well a top Iranian general threatened to cut off Trump's hand over a potential military strike. We had heard Trump say, "My finger is on the trigger," to which the Iranian general responded, "Well, we're going to be cutting off your fingers." So threats being issued by the IRGC. And take a look. We're hearing that Trump said that he paused the potential strike on Iran. New reports coming out today that Iran is to crack down on the protests, but it is delayed by a couple of days. But they are feeling the effects of toxic chemicals being used on the protesters. And you'll recall a week ago now, as we're hearing these warnings coming out that the United States is getting ready to attack Iran, Iran had warned that it may attack before an attack is done if it detects that there is a threat on the way. And we're hearing that that is the case right now. So we're going to be seeing how things escalate as Donald Trump has ordered military assets, you can see in the last 48 hours, to be ready for an Iranian attack.
Patriots, prepare. In the next few days, you will see that we are taking back our country. 11.3. The military is the only way. Q. Judy note, the Satan-worshipping Khazarian Mafia, deep state cabal, along with certain corrupt members of the U.S. Congress, Supreme Court justices, and former U.S. presidency administrations, uncontrollable money laundering U.S. taxpayer dollars back into their own pockets while keeping citizens and the nation in deep debt. 9/11, the Oklahoma City bombing, JFK assassination, all of which have been covered up, not seen justice, and was unreported by the mass media. The bottom line was this Satan-worshipping Khazarian Mafia deep state cabal was losing their money supply because of the BRICS nations global currency reset that was being put in place in this month of January 2026. And so we're trying to start World War III. When was it going to end? It was all about the quest for power and glory through Satan worship and who had control of the global financial system. For almost a decade, I've been telling everyone that if Trump really wants to free America, he has to shut down the worldwide network, not just the U.S. faction of the deep state. That's what Trump is doing with the global moves he's making. Trust the plan, FBI Director Kash Patel. Trump and the Global Military Alliance were executing the plan through the Q movement. The Q movement was created on April 1st, 1860, when 20 generals placed Abraham Lincoln into office to fight the Satan-worshipping Khazarian Mafia, who created the slave trade and owned 99% of the U.S. slaves. Today, this battle is coming to an end. Trump Q, Wednesday, January 14th, 2026. Christmas Eve, December 24th, 1963, was the day 77 U.S. generals came together, and the plan was born to save the world. 3 months later, 133 U.S. generals became part of Operation Freedom Eagle. 35. You were a witness to a 58-year military delta. By 2014, 22-plus nations and 1,600 generals had joined. Nothing can stop what is coming. Q JFK, Wednesday, January 14th, 2026. BRICS countries and the Global Military Alliance started with taking back the people's money from the deep state cabal. Their global currency reset and revaluation to gold asset-backed currency seriously began January 1st, 2026. This week, as the new quantum financial system integration completed worldwide, Tier 4B, us, the internet group who held foreign currency and Zim bonds to exchange, notification to exchange was going on right now and imminently for the main group the early part of next week. Zim redemptions and currency exchanges at secure centers promise unprecedented wealth transfer, erasing decades of fiat slavery and ushering in Jasara prosperity for all nations. Debt forgiveness under these laws will liberate families from burdensome loans, mortgages, and credit obligations. Imagine homes reclaimed, burdens lifted as abundance flows. Prepare for the emergency broadcast system activation in the 10 days of darkness, where mainstream communications will cease to allow unfiltered truth to reach every household. Starlink satellites ensure secure broadcasts. of undeniable evidence, rigged elections, exposed bioweapon agendas, laid bare, and the satanic cabal's grip shattered. The Brunson case legacy echoes strongly, affirming rightful leadership restored, as Trump's influence guides the final push against traitors. Military white hats stand ready to maintain order and were set to supply essentials such as food if necessary during this brief period of transition. These events signal the imminent fall of the old order and the rise of a republic that functioned under concepts of the original Constitution. Have faith, stock provisions, and trust in the Lord's plan. Trump's global military alliance's main goal has always been Saturday, February 6, 2021, before its news. A couple of days later, in the early morning hours of Monday, February 1st, and with the U.S. functioning under martial law, Joe Biden and 464 elected government officials were set arrested and released inside the Capitol Hill area. Capitol Hill had been surrounded in 8-foot-high barbed wire fencing since Inauguration Day, January 20th. Washington, D.C. remained guarded by over 30,000 National Guard troops. Thursday, January 15th, we are officially in the window. Nassar Desar QFS on Telegram. Today isn't just another date. This is the start of the final calibration zone, where the ledger begins to lock. Instructions tighten and any misalignment gets filtered out quietly. If you're still waiting for a big announcement, you've missed the point. It's already happening, just not in public. What I'm seeing now is subtle but critical. Background checks moving into final sync mode, asset data being cleaned and mirrored across quantum nodes, wallets being pinged silently to confirm stability and identity. This is the testing before execution phase. There are no alerts for this, no banners. If you're verified, you'll simply notice that things begin to respond differently. I've been seeing several people quietly removed from early access lists because of last-minute changes, switching banks, adjusting IDs, or updating their information in a rush. The system doesn't punish, but it does pause. And in this phase, pausing means missing the window. Here's what I've locked in before today. My original ID and document structure, no edits. My asset records and project summary. Clear, honest, direct in my inner circle. Small, secure, and fully briefed. Nothing fancy, just clean alignment. That's what gets read now. Not words, not noise, not emotion, alignment. I'm also noticing something else. The more public chaos ramps up, political infighting, digital emergencies, financial fear headlines, the more confident I am the process is active. That noise isn't random. It's designed to mask the handoff of control already underway behind the curtain. January 15th to February 1st, 2026 is no longer prep. It's transition in motion. Friday, January 16th, Q and Trump, major military announcement. The special ops of all special ops, 10 days of darkness on Telegram. Patriots, buckle up. News treason just unleashed the mother of all drops. Trump and Q are syncing perfectly in January 2026 with the biggest military announcement yet. The special ops of all special ops is underway. This isn't drills or parades, it's the White Hats. Elite forces executing the final phase of the plan. Devolution activated, continuity secured, and the deep state is getting gutted from the inside out. Trump's command is crystal clear. Special operations teams deployed globally, hitting black sites, rescuing trafficked children from DUMBs, raiding elite hideouts, and neutralizing high-value targets. Q drops aligning in real time. Military precision strikes mirroring past deltas, signaling the storm has broken wide open. Venezuela ops were just the appetizer, and now it's full-spectrum dominance. Panama Canal locked, Greenland secured, Iran proxies crushed, Chinese infiltration squads taken down quietly, massive arrests accelerating, real players vanishing overnight, Gitmo overflowing with traitors, facing swift military tribunals. The announcement seals it. Trump is commander-in-chief, directing unrestricted special warfare against domestic enemies. and foreign puppets. No more games. Treason exposed at the highest levels. Indictments unsealing, executions rolling. The cabal's satanic network is collapsing as special ops extract the truth and deliver justice. QAnons, this is the moment we've waited for. The special ops of all special ops is the hammer drop. White hats owning the battlefield. Patriots rising with them. Jasara enforcement incoming. Slavery shattered, prosperity unleashed for the awake. Trump leads the charge. Military is the only way. God directing every move. The evil empire crumbles as special forces storm the gates of hell itself. Nothing can stop what is coming. The deep state's panic is palpable. They're running out of time and places to hide. Hold the line, fiercer than ever. Stock up, pray without ceasing. The Great Awakening peaks in 2026. Tribunals broadcast soon. The guilty hang. Freedom restored. Where we go one, we go all. Victory is locked. The storm rages and we win big. Special ops leading the way to total restoration. God wins, Satan loses, stay vigilant. The final push is here.
According to my sources in the executive branch up at the top and also in the Pentagon, I'll just leave it at that, they have been told that if the violence continues for even more than a few days and if it intensifies and if anybody else gets hurt, meaning ICE agents or the general public, that Trump is going to declare the Insurrection Act. And the left is going to call that martial law and call it tyranny. It's been done many times in history. When the local authorities can't or won't do their job, that's when the Insurrection Act is declared. And it was done the last time during the LA riots. What was that, 1990? And so I can tell you, Trump has made the decision, and I didn't even know he put on Truth Social right after I came on here and talked about it. They go, oh yeah, he just said it 30 minutes ago. That was my sources. I got a call last night and then one early this morning saying, hey, just so you know, the military's been told, be on alert, be ready as early as really this weekend, probably next week. But if they do start, escalating more violence, which is already happening, if it continues to escalate, Trump knows it's his duty, and he's going to move in to Minneapolis and the surrounding areas. And then all the leftist agitators are going to scatter like cockroaches. This is the time when the globalists, when the left will stage if they're going to pull one, and that's the last piece to fall in place. That's what I would do if I was them. I mean, I wouldn't do that, but knowing them and knowing how they operate, all the pre-programming that I predicted, how they would do all this, and even before Trump got back in, I predicted he would win. I predicted this would be their main play. It is their main play because they wrote battle plans on it. I'd love to toot my horn and say, oh, I'm so smart. No, I know John Podesta and then the people in his war game make the decisions for the Democratic Party on the moves they're going to make. And they said they'd do this. And they made movies about it and everything else. And I know you're like, yeah, we know. Well, does the public know? Does Fox News know? Does your family know? Does all of Congress get it? And yeah, they are getting it. I'm hearing our talking points everywhere. Thanks to you getting the word out. And I say our talking points, I mean the listeners, all of us together. And so this cripples their game plan. Now, it looks like they're going to go ahead with it, but it is destined to fail because you did your job and got the word out. So, great job. I mean, I'm not saying this can't get really nasty, but it's all the research, all the numbers, all the polls show this is blowing up in their face yet again. Because in the past, they could operate in the dark and people didn't know what's going on. Now people are wise to Tampon Tim, the Democratic Party, and all these communist scumbags.
Thursday, January 15th, Trump cues secret special op in full swing. The deep state is being annihilated. Victory phases unlocking now in 2026. Mike King, News Treason on Telegram. Trump cues secret special operation is roaring at maximum throttle. The plan we've trusted since the drops began is executing flawlessly. No delays, no mercy. This isn't theory. It's military-grade confirmation from White Hat insiders. The Q operation was the cover for the greatest covert takedown in history, and we're in the final victory phases. Trump is commanding a shadow alliance of special forces, military intelligence, and global patriots that's been dismantling the cabal brick by brick. Sealed indictments exploding into mass arrests. Over 500,000 now active, targeting the worst child traffickers, election fraudsters, big pharma poison pushers, central bank vampires, and satanic elite. Gitmo is overflowing with high-value detainees. Tribunals are non-stop, sentences flying. Executions for the irredeemable monsters who raped kids and sold out America. The Fed on death row. Trump is ending the private banking cartel, flipping a gold-backed quantum financial system, wiping trillions in fake debt, and unleashing prosperity funds straight to patriots. No more IRS slavery. The beast is starved. The special op ramps up. Underground dumps collapsing, black nobility assets seized, CCP puppets in D.C. neutralized, EBS locked and loaded for the nationwide reveal, controlled blackouts hiding extractions, Starlink securing truth, streams against deep state sabotage. Fake alien invasions? Total flop psyop. The global military alliance is crushing Khazarian holdouts, Iran threats, cartel empires all coordinated under Trump's iron fist. Jassara activation silent but rolling. Debt forgiveness, suppressed tech released, free energy incoming. The Republic is reborn. Mike King hammers it home. This is biblical. Light obliterating darkness. God's warriors prevailing. The cue card is played. The storm peaks. Normies waking in droves as leaks flood. Sudden suicides. Retirements, exposures, high-profile names you have memorized are in chains or gone. No escapes, no plea deals. Military justice is final and furious. Patriots, the Great Awakening is victorious. Trump did not return to compromise. He returned to obliterate evil. The pedo rings are shattered. Traitors' tribunals activated. Satan's system collapsing. Stay vigilant. Pray relentlessly. Prepare. The next wave will be earth-shaking. Where we go one, we go all. The secret op is winning bigly, and it's happening right now. In 2026, God wins, evil loses forever. Buckle up. Their total defeat is glorious. Friday, January 16th, February 1st shutdown. Trump freezes all federal funds to 11 sanctuary cities. California, New York, Illinois, and more. No more money for criminal safe havens. Friday, January 16th, Malik Obama is dropping docs proving Barack Obama was born in Nairobi, Kenya, and was thus a fake and illegitimate president. Trump Nation on Telegram. Wednesday, January 14th, President Trump to cut off all federal funding to sanctuary cities and states. Friday, January 16th, President Trump, alongside Treasury strategist Scott Bessent, confirmed that verified gold is replacing fiat currency by February 2026. Voice of 47th President on Telegram. Wednesday, January 14th, federal agents raid Timothy Busfield's New York home after surrender on criminal charges. Washington Digest. Friday, January 16th, breaking special report. Trump unleashes Arctic strike. Without Greenland, America has a massive security hole. Thursday, January 15th, breaking bombshell. President Donald J. Trump calls on Congress to enact the Great Health Care Plan. Direct payments to the people. Big insurance cut off. Thursday, January 15th, top Intel operatives face Judgment Day. DOJ launches grand jury to crush Obama, Clinton, and Russiagate traitors in history's biggest political coup. Thursday, January 15th, criminal contempt. The Clintons refuse Congress over Epstein probe. But regular Americans go to jail for less. They skipped Congress again. Friday, January 16th, medical shockwave. Trump forces Big Pharma to slash drug prices from $25,000 to $2,500. We're bringing everything down. Video. Friday, January 16th, breaking. Ursula just showed her hand on Greenland, protecting EU control. The rabbit hole on Telegram. Ursula von der Leyen just went on camera and declared that Greenland belongs to Denmark and NATO, directly rebuking President Trump. Let's translate that. This isn't about the Greenlandic people. This is about Brussels panicking because Trump is exposing the Arctic power game. Greenland controls the Northern Missile Corridor, Arctic shipping lanes, rare earth minerals, and the gateway to North America. That makes it one of the most important strategic territories on Earth, and Trump said the quiet part out loud. If the U.S. doesn't secure it, China or Russia will. Von der Leyen's response wasn't to protect the West. It was to protect EU control. She wrapped it in pretty words about NATO unity, but what she really meant was Brussels gets a veto over American security. That's what that is about. Trump isn't breaking the alliance. He's breaking the illusion that unelected EU bureaucrats get to decide the future of the Arctic. Greenland is not a Brussels bargaining chip. It is the northern shield of the United States. And for the first time in decades, America has a president willing to say it. Ursula doesn't hate Trump because he's reckless. She hates him because he won't let Europe freeload on American security while selling the future to Beijing. This is what real leadership looks like.
This morning, the U.S. military is on the move towards Iran, and it appears that Donald Trump is preparing for a strike. Take a look at the latest headlines with me so you can see it for yourself. Coming out today, January 16th, 2026. Map shows the USS Abraham Lincoln's path towards Iran as the protests continue. Also, the U.S. aircraft carrier en route to the Middle East as Iran tensions rise. And I shared with you last night, U.S. sending military assets to the Middle East as Trump weighs an Iranian strike. Sources say we're hearing he is setting up the pieces in place. And yesterday at the UN, the U.S. warns Iran that all options are on the table, that they could strike. Now, take a look at this. Gulf allies, they are pushing to avert a U.S.-Iran conflict amid the protests. According to reports, they're saying, please do not do this. It could disrupt conflict all throughout the region and pull in various different nations. But take a look at this. We're hearing that Iran's exiled crown prince, he has implored Donald Trump to strike. This coming out 3 hours ago. He actually made this plea today, just a couple of hours ago. And we're hearing that right now, as we speak, Mossad director has visited the United States for Iran consultation. We're hearing that there could be plans for a strike in the works, making sure they get all the pieces in place correctly. And take a look. A couple of days ago, I let you know, 48 hours ago, Iran issued a sickening assassination threat against Trump amid the threats of a potential strike. They said this time it will not miss the target, talking about a bullet hitting Donald Trump in an assassination attempt that will be coming from Iran. And yesterday, we heard that Donald Trump said that his finger is on the trigger for a potential strike against Iran, and Iran responded, we will cut off Trump's hand and his finger. The Iranian generals have responded. So there's a lot of conflict in the middle.
The fog of war. Not everything is as it seems. Trump and the military alliance are intentionally collapsing the old Iran regime, which are CIA, Mossad, MIG globalist operations. These operations will soon turn into operations that bring down the Zionist, Khazarian Israeli operations being run by the CIA, Mossad globalist operations. Israel is saved for last. Behind the scenes, Iran bombs U.S. bases in the Middle East. It is staged. You must remember that just like the United States is fighting the deep state, so is China, Canada, UK, Australia, Iran, and Israel. Iran contacted Trump and intentionally asked him to bomb U.S. military sites in Middle East. Trump gave the green light. That's why last week, Trump removed all the fighter jets, munitions, ammo, and auxiliary equipment and systems. All of the Middle East military wires and back channels were open, all in communication. Then the war kicked off that is happening now. Here's really what's happening. There was one of the biggest civil unrest events in Iran. The country of Israel and the people are desperately trying to overthrow Netanyahu and the deep state, and we're having their largest protests in history taking place. The judicial system is looking to bring down Netanyahu's corruption system, and his military is completely divided. The same government collapse in Iran is taking place as several different groups. Having been staging a coup for power for a year now, the Iranian people are very upset with the Iran leadership and the government corruption. Their military is heavily divided into factions, and major generals have been plotting to overthrow the government and regime. Both Israel and Iran White Hat's military have been asking the United States and World Alliance for help to end the deep state. In the deep state, cabal operations in their countries. That is why Israel intentionally turned off parts of the Iron Dome and made an agreement with Iran to attack. Remember, they have open communication channels. At the same time, the Black Hat's deep state in both Iran and Israel are trying to blow up all the evidence of servers, data centers, and deep state operations in their countries. They are systematically killing their own military generals and sources who know about the world. Deep state globalist operations with CIA, Mossad, MI6, Carnegie Endowment Society operations with the banking of international settlements, world money laundering operations. The White Hats in Iran and Israel are also staging attacks trying to keep the death rate to minimum. Hundreds of Iran missiles aren't hitting military targets or important Israel command operations and government operations. The Israeli Pentagon that was bombed, including Netanyahu's house, were all inside jobs to destroy servers and telecommunication systems with cabal operations and blackmail. World networks that were on the servers. Both the White Hats and Black Hats wanted a staged war, but with different outcomes. End transmission.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. I have Ian Trottier with us today. His high stakes treason, how John Brennan compromised American security for millions of dollars. I've been listening to this. I have it on the audio format, Ian, and it is rock solid. You are just crushing it. The information, like I told you before, a lot of us do NDAs, non-disclosure agreements, and we can't really go into a lot of detail about some of the stuff that we've seen and we know about. But you are bringing it out, so I'm very happy about that, because it's basically going to bring down this illegal, crazy system. So thanks so much for joining us.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thanks. It's a pleasure, Michael. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, very good. Yeah. Very good. Roger Stone, you want me to read a little bit of what Roger Stone said?
Yeah.
Let me, because it's revelatory. Who is John Brennan? This is forward by Roger Stone. Who is John Brennan, and how did an admitted communist become the head of the Central Intelligence Agency? Many of us had that, because I was there when John Brennan was there. It was like, we knew that he was or still is, I think. Former CIA Director John Brennan is more culpable than perhaps anyone in the genesis of Russiagate. Even though he was fired immediately by President Trump upon his initial arrival in the White House, Brennan sowed the seeds for Trump's destruction behind the scenes throughout his campaign and during the presidential transition. Brennan's subversive stain permeated through Trump's 4-year term and caused immeasurable damage. So it goes on, a few more paragraphs after that. But, Roger Stone, suffered under the hands of the next administration. So amazing that, he's coming out and saying that this is one of the most monumental books that's out there right now. So that's high praise. And I agree.
Yeah, I was very fortunate. I initially, Michael, I had approached General Flynn about providing a forward to this information. I sent it over to him. He was going to write the forward. He got busy, and then I started dialoguing with his scheduler. Just couldn't fit in time for him to concentrate on a forward to this. But and of course, you're talking about NDAs, right? And so he's got to be. I'm sure he's got to be very delicate in how he maneuvers this world that he was thrown into, right? Because he's, in many ways, he's right in the center of the Russian collusion, and so it was actually at an event at Mar-a-Lago, and Roger Stone was there. James O'Keefe, and I approached both of them about the material. As soon as I approached Roger about the material, he said, "Send it right over." Within 24, 48 hours, he shot me a text back and he says, "You want me to write the forward to this?" Now, I hadn't had a conversation in regards to Flynn and some of the other folks, and John Kiriakou is another guy that's written a nice forward to this, and Brooks Agnew is a former speechwriter for Alan Keyes. People that I've relationships I've created with guys over the years of doing my own work, right? And so Kiriakou is a whole other story. But Roger says, "No, you want me to write the forward to this?" I says, "Hold on, Roger." I said, "I got General Flynn that's trying to make time in his schedule to write this." He says, "No. You want me to write the forward?" So he like literally he says, "Ian," he says, "No, this guy needs to be tried for treason. I want him. You know, constitutionally, if you've committed treason on the United States, you're subject to the death penalty, and that's exactly where Stone's footing is. That's what he wants."
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. And, you make reference to, some figures in the past, during George Washington's time. We had some treasonous people back during that time frame. And he almost got killed by, some people that were basically disclosing, just like, John Brennan did.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So in a nutshell, and let me get a little bit of background for listeners and viewers to understand what came about for me to get involved in this. And it's not like I ever had a target on John Brennan. He wasn't in my crosshairs, if you will. It wasn't somebody I was looking into. It was out of 2024. Now 9/11 is something I've always been skeptical of. All right, and he was a chief of staff for George Tenet under 9/11. That's a whole other area. I don't really talk about it too much, a little bit in this book, but I mentioned it basically. But at 2024 CPAC, I was approached I was running a podcast, and this well-dressed man, very mild-mannered, came up to me and says, "Hey, will you do a podcast with me?" He presents a binder to me in front of me, and Bannon War Room's down the hall, huge stage. Newsmax is down the hall the other way, huge stage. And even the small independent guys like myself, nobody's paying any credence to this guy. Nobody's listening to him. He says, "I've been working on this for years, and it's critical national intelligence, nothing classified." And it was one of my first questions to him, Michael. I said, "Is there anything in here that's classified?" He says, "No, but the problem is people don't listen to me because I'm a former FBI agent, and the FBI prohibits me. He says they would prohibit me from publishing this information. And first off, they'd have to give me the okay, and there's no way they'd give me the okay." And as an example, he says, "I gave a tip to the FBI about this information way back in 2011, and they did nothing about it." And matter of fact, he was working for a private contractor because they left the CIA in 2000, and he shows up to work at Cy Valence is the name of the company, and they says, "Pack your bag." They says, "Were you talking to the FBI yesterday and submitting a tip about criminality?" He says, "Yeah, I found criminality from John Brennan and the Obama administration." And he says, "Well, pack your bags, you're fired." So not only does he get fired trying to get his former employer, the FBI, involved in investigating this, but his whole family just ostracizes him. He gets a death threat, and he just gets hammered. But as a true warrior, this guy is, he keeps studying this, keeps researching. And in 2021, as a matter of fact, he submits a 25-page letter, a synopsis on the material, the binder that he presents to me, and he gets nobody interested. So I says, "Wait a second, you're a follow the money guy." And he says, "Yeah, that's what this is all about." So this guy cashed in, murdering Americans, maiming Americans, and he cashed in on it when he could have prevented it. And I says, "Okay, that's where." And we mentioned a couple days ago, you and I had some dialogue, and that's where a trigger just switched to me. And I says, "Look," and I'm a guy that never served in the military. I actually don't even have a journalistic background at all. It's just I see some of these major flaws in the system, and the only way I believe that we can correct this is if the average guy like myself, and like yourself, and you're not that you're average, because you're not, you're not an average guy, but we're average people, more or less, right? I mean,
Yeah,
and so
absolutely.
it's up to us. It's up to us to hold these people accountable. So that's what people are getting. And the point of what I'm saying is that, and I make it very clear in the introduction, that the crux of the information, crux of the research on the former head of the CIA, and as you mentioned, and as Roger mentions in his forward, this is a guy that voted in 1976 for Gus Hall because he was so sick of the system. This is back in the mid 70s, and he votes for the communist CPUSA, the communist candidate for president. I mean, dude, you might be sick of the system, but communism in the United States and a constitutional republic do not mix, will never mix, and aren't ever going to mix. And so this is the guy. This is who we know, who Obama appointed to be his director of the CIA in 2013. But the point of this is that as people go through the pages of High Stakes Treason, yes, it's my work. Yes, I'm the author of it. I've copywritten it. Post Hill Press has published it. But all this information that you're getting, the majority of it, the credit goes to this former FBI guy because he brought it to me, and I'm simply amplifying it. I'm putting it in my own words. But this is years of research from John, and that's his name. I disclosed his name in the introduction. And this is a guy that served over 10 years in the FBI in the DC field office, and I put an award that he received. You know, the FBI thought really highly of this guy, but the problem, he was probably pushing the wrong buttons, and they got rid of him. But I'm gonna we're carrying his voice forward. So in a nutshell, and I'll keep continuing here. In a nutshell, what people are going to find in the pages of High Stakes Treason is basically what I'm calling the axis of communism. Bush referred to it as axis of evil, and he had these different smoke screens as to why to go in Iraq and why to go in Afghanistan and take out Saddam Hussein. And I'm calling those smoke screens. What it looks like is this Al Qaeda, which was a database, the Mujahideen, when the Soviets were fighting Afghanistan, it looks like the CIA created ISIS, and then of course the American troops go in Afghanistan after that. But this database of terror activity is in 1990 is what the Analysis Corporation creates, and Brennan being the head of counterterrorism in the CIA, and then working up. As a matter of fact, before he gets into the Obama administration, he's the president of the Analysis Corporation. TAC is the acronym that is used frequently in the book. Now, this database is critical because after 9/11, the NCTC is created. The Terrorist Threat Interrogation Center is created, and then out of that, and it's Executive Order 13354, Bush, the NCTC eventually has created that. Well, that's John Brennan's baby. That's his creation, and so all of the proteges, all of his people get funneled in to the NCTC. And I'll read a quote which is astonishing. I don't know if you've gotten to it yet or not, and I appreciate you going through it, but in Brennan's own words, this is the power that he was able to create at the NCTC. And keep in mind, formerly it was the TTIC. So the idea, he says, behind the TTIC was that we needed to have some place in the government where all counterterrorism information would reside. The good news, and I'm somewhat paraphrasing here, the good news and the bad news is that the TTIC, then became known as the NCTC, and it still exists, had more access to more information than anywhere in the government, which means he's able to create what are called code word compartments. And that's not new technology. It's been around since the 70s. But he's funneling all this information regarding terror activity. He's monitoring Anwar al-Awlaki. He's monitoring the Zarnia brothers, and he's compartmentalizing all that information. And only someone with a need to know, which would be the person that creates it, would have access to it, which means FBI, CIA, NSA, they're not getting that information. Yep. So he's able to sequester and identify his various terror tracking, the terror threats, and he's able to channel that right into a code word compartment. This is the allegation. This is how we show that he was able to hold on to stocks, right? Because he's the president of the Analysis Corporation. Then he was running the NCTC. Then he's part of the Obama administration, senior advisor on Homeland Security. He's able to hold on to these stocks. And that's a direct conflict of interest. And this is the whole premise of the book, is that he's given an ethics waiver to go investigate the Norway bombing, Anders Breivik, and that's what tips off this former FBI agent. And part of this, what's called a ethics waiver, right? Ethically, he shouldn't be holding on to stocks of a indispensable government contractor, which is feeding him the information to know where terrorists are, what they're doing, who's buying bombs, who's using credit cards, their own credit cards, that sort of thing. He's able to get all that information. He's supposed to relinquish those stocks. And even on, and this is public, right? And so even on a financial disclosure form, and he's holding on, but he changes the names. There's a woman named Rachel Molinaro, and at the bottom of this disclosure, she's noting that he would be basically liquidating those stocks from a 401k into an IRA. He never did that.
Never did that.
We show the SEC documentation. He never did that. He held on to those stocks illegally because he knew Congress would fund the war on terror, right? Which just ended under Biden, but it lapsed about 20 years or so. Congress would fund the war on terror because, well, a terrorist threat. The average American's going crazy. Yeah, we need to defend ourselves. Well, what Brennan's doing is as that Congress funds the war on terror, that stock value increases. And in 2009, the $50,000 valuation of the stock turns into 3 years later, turns into just shy of $5 million. $4.85 million is what we.
Yeah,
what,
he was
what
also, like you describe in a book, he was almost going to be a billionaire. And the SEC was like, no, you can't, multiply it by that many times. But you also made a very, very good point that when the Soviet Union collapsed, they needed something else to keep themselves alive and keep the funding coming. So they created this terrorist network, pretty much.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Now, there's also some interesting overlapping that I've gotten into recently in regards to what Mike Benz has been talking about, former State Department employee. Now, Mike Benz has looked at a guy, and I mentioned him in the book. His name is Michael Springham. He's a former State Department Springman. He's a former State Department employee serving in Jeddah. Now, what he was told to do is basically, and this is what he was talking about back in 2003. He was talking about giving visas to terrorists, and he would be approached, and he would just say, "Give this guy a visa." He would say, "Wait, why am I giving this guy a visa?" "Don't ask, just do it." And he goes into the Jeddah consulate, and he says, 80-90%, I can't remember what it says, 89% of these people are CIA. I'm one of 3 employees of the State Department. What's the CIA doing controlling all of this? Well, this is the manipulation. It's called a CT intel monopoly, is what we use, that Brennan seemingly is creating. And that's why before we started this discussion, I started talking about George Tenet and what he may have known in 9/11. What were they doing to allow these terror activities to develop and go off when they could have been preventing it? But the point with Mike Benz is that he's drawing in Ryan Ruth. Now, this is the guy that we know. We know that Trump has been a target of the deep state ever since he declared his candidacy. Even before when he was starting to look at possibility of running for president, Clinton and that regime were just after that guy from day one. Well, he's an enemy of the deep state because he's showing he knows some of this apparatus they've been able to create over the decades and manipulate intelligence. This is my view, and manipulate intelligence at the cost of American lives. Now, Ryan Ruth, interestingly enough, it seems like he's a contractor for the CIA. He's recruiting Afghani and Iranian soldiers to fight in Ukraine. This is the guy that tried to assassinate the president. And what he's doing is the same thing. He's doing the same thing that Springman is doing in Jeddah, only he's doing it for Ukraine, whereas he's asking for passports to give these terrorists visas. It's the same overlapping. So the question becomes now, and this is from Mike Benz, and I support this. The question is, did John Brennan order Ryan Ruth to take out Donald Trump? Okay, now why would it be John Brennan? Well, because now I spent a week and a half in D.C., Michael. I spent a week and a half in D.C. I walked the halls of the Senate. I walked the halls of the House. I lined up a few meetings. I passed out 100 copies of this book. And people are saying, well, okay, so, follow the money. This is insider trading. It's happening all the time. It doesn't make it right, but it's happening all the time. So there's got to be a clincher here, right? So why is it that John Brennan is spearheading this movement to target Donald Trump? Why would it be that possibly he could have directed this guy Ryan Ruth to take out Trump? Well, because he knows that he's hiding this massive profitability, and that would have just been in one company he probably owned, and that was the Analysis Corporation. This is massive treason if proven in the court of law, which I believe it should be, and it could be, and it will be. That's my belief. We'll see. The guy's 70. this is proven in court of law. This is aiding and abetting an enemy during the time of war, which is the war on terror. That is the definition of treason. This guy's committed treason. He's allowed Americans to die, and this would be the Boston Marathon bombing. He's allowed Americans to die. He's even allowed a NATO ally, right? He's even allowed a NATO ally to be damaged. Anders Breivik, I think he killed 76 people. What we know is that through XQ score and the whistleblowing of Edward Snowden, we know that John Brennan could have directly stopped that event from happening, and he didn't stop it because we allege that he knew that stock value was going to increase, and he had a complete manipulation on terror activity globally.
Yeah, and even back before 9/11, the CIA stopped sharing information that they were getting on terrorist communications leading up to 9/11 that could have stopped it. So there again, we have all this culpable stuff that's going on in the CIA for causing these terrorist operations. Very, very similar to during John F. Kennedy's time frame, where they wanted to do like terrorists from Cuba were going to get planes and crash them into buildings in New York, and so they just dusted that off and used that again, but this time they got away with it and they did it for real.
Yeah, Operation Northwoods. Now let me dig a little bit deeper here for your viewers. There's a woman, and she's critical right now in exposing basically the smear that went on between her and General Flynn. Now Cambridge University, if folks are listening to what Patrick Byrne has been saying, now Patrick Byrne was co-founder of Overstock, former CEO of Overstock, great guy. And he's very liberal. His policies are liberal, but he says, "Wait a second. There's election rigging going on. There's election fraud. I'm going to stand up for that." So that's in a nutshell who Patrick Byrne is. Now, outside of that, interesting enough, is that back in 2006, Michael, Patrick Byrne was recruited into the CIA by a guy named David S. Cohen. Now, David S. Cohen was head of OFAC, that's Foreign Acquisitions. When the Analysis Corporation went public, they had their IPO, they did some name changes, became Sotera Defense Solutions. It gets sold to a UK financial investment firm called Ares Management. They're based in Hong Kong. That's CCP controlled. Interestingly enough, there's some overlapping here. But John Brennan, the guy that brings Patrick Byrne in the CIA in 2006, well, he's the guy at OFAC that would have approved that sale to Ares Management, and he just so happens to become the number two for John Brennan when Brennan becomes the director of the CIA. So this all kind of leads up to the Russian collusion hoax, right? Which is now kind of unraveling. John Brennan is subpoenaed right now in the South Florida district at Fort Pierce, and I think it's Judge Cannon that's running that. The critical attorney behind that is Jason Quinones. Now, helping Jason Quinones is a guy named Mike Davis. And Mike Davis runs Article 3 Project out of D.C., and I've communicated with him a little bit. I'm trying to get this information to him because if Brennan gets back into a testifying situation in a courtroom or in Congress, he should be answering questions in regards to the material in this book. But David S. Cohen, of course, is critical in exposing that. Now, there's a Cambridge, and I mentioned Svetlana Lakova. There's a Cambridge angle to this, and I'm speaking about Cambridge University. It looks like this guy named Stephen Halper, Halper. Stephen Halper ran the connection between Cambridge and D.C. And what was going on is he's a former FBI and CIA asset. Stephen Halper is the guy that creates or spearheads the creation of the Steele dossier with Christopher Steele. And of course, that is showing that supposedly, which it didn't happen, that Trump and the Russians colluded against the 2016 election to keep Clinton out of office, right?
Right.
Well, it's all baloney. It's all hogwash. Svetlana Lakova is told, and they take they try to smear General Flynn out of this. It's saying that they had inappropriate relations, that sort of thing. That was smoke and mirrors. It wasn't true. It wasn't correct. Let me bring it up and dig a little bit deeper for folks to get into this right now. So as of yesterday, there's a guy out of D.C. that says he's very close to a man named Mark Judge. Now, Mark Judge released, and I'll send this to you, Michael. He just released an article on Real Politics, exposing some of these financial connections to this election rigging. And in 2020, that was a flat out stolen election. We know this. In Belgrade, there was a data center that John Brennan created with the Huawei company. That's Huawei. He created this data center with Huawei. That data center manipulated Dominion servers, which directly affected election results in 2020. So that's also critical to understand because it threads in John Brennan. And now we've got Maduro in Brooklyn, and one of his major generals is over in Rikers. We've got two heads of that Smartmatic system that was created in Venezuela. That it was a system that was used to manipulate those 2020 elections. We've got those guys in U.S. custody. That is very, very important. Digging a little bit deeper, as I said, and I want to bring back Cambridge. What we saw are Facebook ads running with something called Cambridge Analytica. Now, if we go to the University of Washington, Michael, there's something called the Center for Informed Public, and that's part of something called the EIP, the Election Integrity Project. It looks like it's that facility in Washington that was the spearhead that worked with Dominion not only to rig the election, but also to create something out of Germany. And that's called the Hamilton 68 dashboard. Have you ever heard of that?
No.
Okay, so the Hamilton 68 dashboard is something out of a Soros-funded program called the Marshall Plan. And the Hamilton 68 dashboard is basically creating these Russian bots, which are going in and tainting and swaying American average, public usership, but all they are spies. That's it's I'm just listening to this. This is kind of like breaking for me, Michael. So I'm still trying to kind of grab my brain cells around this. But ultimately, the tracks are leading back to NATO. Right now, remember what we say in high stakes treason, and you can get it right now. As you've done, I appreciate it. You can get an audio form and just listen to it. If you want a signed copy, you can give you a signed copy, or you can order it on Amazon. But NATO is who John Brennan sequestered, hid that intelligence regarding what Anders Breivik was doing. And by the way, Anders Breivik, the guy that carried out that massacre, he's using his, and this is why I mentioned, he's using his own credit card to buy these products, which he used as explosive devices. So he left a massive manifesto and paper trail that we're showing through the programs called PRISM and X-Keyscore, through Edward Snowden at the NSA. We know allegedly that Brennan had control over this intel, this information, and he purposely hid it so that the attacks could happen. I think I just gave a mouthful, huh? I jumped around a little bit, but I know you followed me.
Yeah, you're definitely moving at a very fast pace. So, I think that you have enough evidence in the book that puts this guy away. And I know you've been talking to a lot of people. You walk in the halls of Congress and the Senate, passing out books, and they're like, well, I don't know. And I know you've been to some very high level sources that could put this out in a bigger audience. So I'm happy that you came to like a grassroots type guy. This is how this stuff gets out there. You've been constantly pushing on this, and this is the way I was for a long time as well. What do you think is going to happen going forward with now that you're revealing on this level?
Well, what is going to happen is I believe that the information in this book will likely serve as a precipice to get this man indicted, to get John Brennan indicted. I believe that once that happens, I believe that he'll be indicted. That's just there's just way too much. There's way too much information, Michael, against this guy and the wrongdoings, the things that he was involved in his his 35-year career. Look, he interviews with Bill Maher in 2018, and Maher says, the speculation that you're doing what you do to monetize. And he says, no, I don't have any interest in monetizing. I spent 35 years in this country. I love this country. Dude, what we show in High Stakes Treason is that he did exactly that, is that he monetized himself at the behest of American lives.
Yeah.
At the behest of, people can Google Boston Marathon bombing, and like one of the first images is a guy with his legs blown off, being carted off in a wheelchair. This is just heinous. This is disgusting, and it's not tolerable, right? As an American, as constitutional Republicans, which any citizen of this country is, because it's a constitutional republic. Doesn't matter if what your politics are, people are Democrats or not. As people that love this country, and unfortunately, it looks like we're certainly invaded with a lot of folks here that don't like this country, and even folks that are being born in this country don't like this country. It seems, Kamala Harris, it's all. But the fact of the matter is, you've got a guy born in New Jersey. Votes for Gus Hall, votes communist in his 70s at University of Texas, or he just gotten out of Texas Austin. This is a red flag. But this is what I think is going on, Michael. This is what I think is going on in what's called the deep state, right? So Trump has talked about deep state, fake news over the course of his years in D.C., which has really allowed Americans to second guess their trust in the government, and there shouldn't, it's hard to decipher who should be trusted and who shouldn't be, but there's plenty of folks that should not be trusted, unfortunately. And I think what's going on in this shadow government, which is nothing new. You're talking about JFK, and let's not forget JFK wanted to splinter the CIA into 1,000 pieces.
Right.
That's a quote that was printed in the New York Times. This is a speech that he gave at the Waldorf Astoria. So he that it was not operating in the best interest of the United States. Now, not to say that every CIA operation doesn't benefit the U.S., doesn't say that every CIA agent is not, doesn't love the country, but at the very helm of the CIA, it looks like JFK knew that there was something awry going on. And we can even go to Eisenhower, right? Because Eisenhower in his farewell address talks about the military-industrial complex.
Mm-hmm.
Now, and let me just mention this, because a lot of people critique Trump for going into Venezuela, and thank goodness we've got Delta Force. Who would want to mess with if you're in China and you're Russia? I don't think there'd be a country on this planet that want to mess around with Delta Force or anyone in the upper echelons like yourself. We train. You don't want to mess around with that. That'd be my opinion. It was so impressive what happened in that operation. But let me state this: we did not go in. We meaning Trump, the folks that support that. Trump did not go in to Caracas and extract Maduro so that the United States could control the oil. You got one or two options. You either allow Maduro to stay in power and continue to sell the Chinese and benefit that communist regime and the Iranians and the Russians, or you go in and you take that away from them and you control it. Okay, so fine. So yeah, you do go in and control it. But more importantly is the Smartmatic, the voting system that was created by Venezuelans to put Chavez into power and then to keep Maduro into power. You had something like 30 direct line underneath Maduro. They were all billionaires. The 30 people directly under Maduro were all billionaires. They didn't have a middle class. The other folks are living day to day. Some of them, of course, eating out of garbage cans, but there's no middle class in Venezuela.
They're trying to tip the military with, here we're going to give you $50 million, but they're billionaires. It's like, what? That's chump changed us. So he had them all paid off. Yeah. But that's important, I believe, for people to understand. And remember this John Brennan connection to the Belgrade server, the data center manipulating the Dominion servers. It's a nasty web, and it looks like this former avowed communist, or at least communist sympathizer. I don't know that he registered, every presidential election as a communist.
But you might as well paint him as a communist, as Roger Stone does. Certainly I do. I've never sympathized with any communist policies. That's the guy under the Obama administration. But to answer your question, Michael, I believe that as this gets kind of exposed more and more, what we're going to see is that shadow government, right, that's been operating probably prior to the red wave, prior to the McCarthyism, in quietly and slowly instilling their communist literature and policies, controlling the Department of Education under Carter, that sort of thing. This is a multi-decade, 100-year or more rollout to invade the country in a very slow and stealth manner. And look, they've got a guy in Uganda born. This isn't an American guy running the mayor office in New York right now. He's not an American. He doesn't have America as his best interest. He has the people that financed him to put him in the office at the best interest. And these are communists. It's a communist threat to this country. Anyway,
you made an interesting point in the book, and a lot of other people, myself included, have alluded to this, that, we've been pretty much controlled by the city of London for a long time economically. And they're probably some of the people that are supporting people like Brennan, keeping them in power, keeping them safe, that on the judicial and so forth. So you made the point, and I think everybody for a long time has agreed that these people should be arrested. I agree. I think they're going to be arrested. But do you think that it's going to be a domino effect that goes all the way back to the city of London? Because that's really where the criminal activity starts.
Yeah, and this is, I'm a big, like I said, this is why this information regarding Brennan, this is why I pushed to get this published. Initially, Skyhorse, Tony Lyons was going to he was looking at possibly publishing it. Post still gave me the contract to get it published. But this is why I've been pushing it so hard. And by the way, the Daily Mail wrote an article on this. It got squashed by their legal department. It was approved by the editor. And New York Post has known about this for almost at least 10 months. Miranda Devine, but New York Post hasn't put anything out about this. And as we spoke before this time, the interview, Newsmax, I hand delivered a copy of this to Newsmax. They've done nothing about it. So I'm a big follow the money guy, and you bring up some really important and interesting points on the Delaware. John Paul Jones on the USS Alfred, the flag that he flew, and people can go into their search engine right now and show this. The U.S. Grand Union flag, that is the first flag Washington's basically a union that was developing. That was the first flag that was flown. Well, that flag is almost identical to the British East Indies Company flag. And the British East Indies Company was created and was controlled by the Rothschild for a couple centuries. That's, as you talk about, the City of London. The City of London distinction, if people aren't familiar, the City of London controls the monarch. It's not the other way around. The monarch is controlled by a bank that is sovereign and not part of the United Kingdom. That's called City of London. It's formerly initially called it was Londinium. It was a Roman trading port, and William the Conqueror in 1066 couldn't conquer London, but he conquered the rest of the British Isles because he was subservient to Londinium. They financed him. It's remained that way, and that's why they have a monarch. That's why the British have a monarch today, because they're subservient to this Roman system, which is of course City of London. Now, how does that tie into the U.S. Grand Union flag?
Yeah, and if someone if the monarchy gets out of hand, like Charles I did, they'll behead him. Charles I, and then they had the Civil War between and Britain and Oliver Cromwell, and eventually the British were like, these guys suck, and then they got Charles II back in there. So how much was he controlled by the cabal? Because the City of London burned down in 666, and there's all these different things that basically ties into this City of London thing. It's pretty wacky.
Yeah, but as far as peeling back the layers to that, with the 36, I don't know what the national deficit stands on. This is president number 47. We had one president that left office without a deficit. 1 out of 47. Most people have no clue. And that was Andrew Jackson. And Andrew Jackson ran on the platform and the re-election platform to kill the bank. George Washington, as a matter of fact, he owned shares of the British East Indies Company with his wife. So he was receiving financing. The City of London will stay. It's like a Hegelian dialectic. They'll stay neutral. They'll fund both sides of a conflict. So arguably, King George and George Washington were being funded in large part, and I know some money was coming in to fund the Continental Army by a Polish guy, but in large part, it sounds like they were funded by the same entity, this sovereign entity called the City of London. So it's gone on. It's something that took out Lincoln. If you ask me, it's the reason Lincoln, because Lincoln did the same thing as JFK. He inserted the silver-backed certificates, and they've been so. Trump, and I don't know how much Trump knows. I crossed his paths very briefly. I never exchanged any dialogue with him, but I don't know how much he knows, but it looks like he's targeting the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve, people want to talk about constitutionalism. I mean, that's completely unconstitutional in itself. 1913, Woodrow Wilson, right? So if we begin to peel back, and let's say this guy Brennan is held accountable, he's convicted of treason. That would be that'd be my desire. He's a traitor. He's, as I mentioned, I compare it to Benedict Arnold in the book.
Benedict Arnold,
that is the beginning of Americans to really understand that 12 years in public education hasn't educated us all. It's just basically given us information we need to be good cogs in a wheel. And I believe it will help Americans to realize these threats. And let me pull back for a minute and say, people need to start looking at the United Nations, because the United States funds primarily the United Nations. And the United Nations does not have our Constitution in its best interest. And as an example, the USAID, it looks like was one of the main financiers of the Dominion voting system. So basically, we're funding USAID. USAID is funding Dominion, yet Dominion's rigging our election. That's like national suicide.
Yeah.
And there's a guy out of Stanford that, back in 2016, when I started doing this podcast, when I started looking into the government corruption, there's a guy named Anthony Sutton, and he was a Hoover fellow at he was a fellow at the Hoover Institute in Stanford. Happened to be British born, but he writes a book. He starts talking about Prescott Bush funding Nazi Germany, and he gives a talk in Miami Beach, 1972. That's where I was living at the time, and I started what I call Discussions of Truth. And he gets reprimanded. He goes back to Palo Alto. They reprimand him, and he says, "Well, you've hired me to do the research and show you what I'm finding. You want to reprimand me." So he walks away from Stanford. That right there caught my eye, because Stanford, in my history, I've always held Stanford and those folks to a high level. It's a highly intellectual institution. Yet this guy's walking away from that lucrative position, and he writes a book that caught my interest. It's called Federal Reserve Conspiracy, and it goes into this historical lineup of how, like you just said, how the United States and the corporation that was set up to fund the government, it's linked back to London. So Josh Yoder is a guy. He's an airline pilot, and during the lockdowns, he was very vocal about wearing masks. He didn't want people to have to wear masks to travel, and that was one of their goals. The deep state goal is to make us all conform to wearing masks. So I'm in San Antonio, Michael, and I'm talking to Josh, and I'm describing what you and I are talking about in regards to the national deficit, being subservient to a shadow government. What is the shadow government? How does the City of London play into that? Mel Kay's been talking about the Bank of International Settlements now for a few years. I think she's written or she's writing a book on it. You'd like that a lot. Happy to make an introduction if you like.
I've done shows with her. She's amazing. Yeah.
Yeah. So he says, "Wait a second, Ian. You say you mean we obtained our national geographic independence in 1776, but what you're arguing is that we never obtained our financial independence in 1776." And I said, "Josh, that's exactly what I'm saying." That's exactly what I'm saying. So
I completely agree with that. I don't think we ever broke free from them. I think they've been controlling this ever since. I mean, look at Benedict Arnold. They paid him to like be a traitor. So there's been a lot of people like John Brennan. They probably paid to be traitors.
Yeah, it looks like that's probably the case.
Yeah.
Michael, is that John Brennan is hiding the illegal stock holdings, probably because he knew that it was going to get sold to this British entity. But my question is this: my question is, if you historically you're looking at, and if you look at the British currency compared to ours, you know, I don't know if it still is, but the pound was the most valuable currency on the planet.
Sure.
And if we are still subservient to the City of London, as you and I would both argue, I suspect, the question then becomes, what intelligence? And remember, I made that connection back to Cambridge University. There's also a guy named Sir Richard Dearlove that heads something called Crossword Analytics, which is a cybersecurity firm. There's a lot of these hidden strings that are going back to England, and I don't necessarily want to pinpoint and poke fingers at the British, because the British, remember, are subservient to this system that goes back to Rome. It looks like Londinium, and then what is Rome set up over the centuries? Well, they've set up a safe haven financially called Switzerland and Basel. And this is where it looks like the Bank of International Settlements, the World Economic Forum, are able to maneuver all of their transactions globally, manipulate all the central banks globally, including the Federal Reserve that we operate on, and they do that through this very well disguised and created apparatus, financial apparatus out of Switzerland. So, you know, it's not, again, I'm not poking fingers necessarily at the English, but they too have got to wake up and say, hey, man, you love the king, you love the queen, they're great to look at, they have their beautiful chariots and whatever, their Buckingham palaces and that sort of thing. But wait, dude, I mean, how free are you, right? Well, you're not that free, and you need to stoke and grow that middle class more. That would be my word to the British, and I think the Americans are unfortunately, they're falling victim to that same disguise.
Yeah, and you know, they're Londonistan, or whatever we want to call it now. And you know, they're basically replacing the people that are waking up. And I think that's what they were trying to do here in America, and that's what President Trump has basically, shut down the border and started these flying people out of here that don't belong. So that's one of the things that they've done over time. They just replace the people get too smart for their pants, to create a war, and they get destitute, and then they start for Londistan. Yeah. So somebody put it in the chat. So there's definitely movement, I think, to push back on this, and your work, and coming on and talking about this, it's you're stretching yourself out there. This is this obviously no one wanted to touch this. You had lots of people look at it. You had lawyers look at it, and they're like, "No, we're not going to do this." So there's not a lot of people with the cojones these days to push this out there. But once it does, it often gets traction that I've noticed.
Yeah, I mean, I think the statistic that I've read is something like there are 500 million privately owned weapons in this country by private citizens.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's standing in the way of us falling victim to a Mao Zedong type scenario that the Chinese fell victim to over many decades. Mao slaughtered arguably something like 60 million people. He took away all their private ownership. And people talk about Venezuela, and they say, well, why didn't the Venezuelans, if Maduro was so bad, why didn't they stand up to him? Well, because they had a buyback program, because the citizens didn't have guns. They couldn't defend themselves. It's exactly what happened in Cuba. It's exactly what happened in Venezuela. It's happened in China. It's exactly what they keep pushing
and Iran,
with their psyops.
On and on.
Go ahead.
So, yeah.
Yeah,
you
I mean, they
stand
keep
up,
pushing
but
them.
you're going to get they're going to get the machine gun. They think that 20,000 people died in Tiananmen Square because they stood up. So it's you're not going to go against some of these people. They'll give you a little. We're going to do this, and everything's going to be okay. And then everybody's like, "Oh, that's good." And then to find out later, decades later, like there are in China now, that it's just as bad, if not worse. Then they shouldn't have They shouldn't have given up. They should have all just pushed back and taken down the government.
You notice that for your safety, I'm standing 6 feet back, 6 feet away from you. Well, that's very kind of you. Thank you. What have you got? She says, I'd like to take your temperature before I hand this pamphlet to you. I says, get off this property right now. Get out of here.
Good man.
I mean, dude, you're talking about, yeah, you're going to get a bullet. And so I says, if we allow this crap to keep building, that person, that census worker, is going to show up with an armed armed enforcer.
Yeah.
So it's who's going to get the bullet first, me or them, right? And that's where it's coming to, and that's exactly what you said. They don't want to face us. So how many years away are we from their ultimate goal of dismantling, disarming our republic? Hopefully they're a couple centuries, because our voices will echo and people will get what's going on and reverse this what looks like the tyrannic UN. Pull the UN out of New York. Let them go somewhere else. Let them go over to Amsterdam or something. Go into Europe. We should have nothing to do with the United Nations. We have the most massive military. Nobody's going to mess with us. That's just my view. It would take the Russians, the Chinese, it would take an entire gang of those commie countries to gang up and fight us. And nobody's look. At the end of the day, it's guys like you and me that are standing verbally right in their way. And I don't think, Michael, that this John Brennan ever saw. I don't know if he knows about the book. He hasn't responded to me. He hasn't responded to the Daily Mail. I don't know if he had any clue that there was an former FBI guy whittling away at his desk that was trying to get that message out. And John certainly never thought he'd run into a guy like me. So, and I'm just trying to push you. I'm just being a megaphone. That's all I'm doing, is I'm pushing the information out there, and I'm exposing the fraud that has been conducted under Barack Obama. And more importantly is Zygmunt Brzezinski. Zygmunt Brzezinski, National Security Advisor under Carter, if I got that right, he's laying the groundwork to slot in what has been termed to me as a penetration agent, to slot in this communist brainwashed sympathizer John Brennan into the system, to be able to centralize all that intel and run it at his own enrichment.
Yeah, definitely. Now, we talk about weapons, and so Second Amendment. In Virginia, they're going to ban the sale of assault weapons and high capacity magazines. It's one of the laws they're pushing right now. It started with it was vetoed by Virginia Republican Governor Glenn Youngkin, but it could become law under the Democrat governor that's coming in, Abigail Spanberger. So it's one of those things they're slipping in. They slip these things in. I remember in New York they were talking about doing. Obviously, John Brennan has been doing some illicit things that basically probably some of the people that I work with over time. And when I was in the CIA and John Brennan was there, I wasn't very happy with him. But it's one of those things that sometimes you get good people and sometimes you don't, and sometimes you get people like a lot of us knew that this guy was a really, really bad character. But there's very little you can do. Where do you think the pushback is going to come from the American public on some of this stuff going forward?
Yeah, no, you're saying it just as it is, and Mike Flynn, who I stay in contact with on a very surface basis, but I was active with something called the Reawaken Tour, which he was running with Clay Clark, and Flynn would say, guys, when he would talk to people, he'd say it's got to start locally. Well, if it starts locally, that means grassroots, right? So you gotta make, if you see your community, what I would say, if you see your community starting to sway communists, you just flat out call it communist. I mean, Gavin Newsom, this guy's so brainwashed. He's so part of that socialist agenda. It's disgusting. And I don't know that he truly realizes it, right? I think he's just kind of played that. He's played into that kind of nook with Pelosi and the Feinsteins and the people that have influenced him over the decades. But it really starts on that grassroots.
Yeah.
So it's even with your neighbor, right? If your neighbors is starting, it's all about the little things. And you've even said it, Michael. It's about guys like you, podcasts like you, voices like myself. That's where it starts. That's where it starts, and then the root grows, and it gets bigger, and it gets bigger. And there's it's impossible with that Second Amendment, without their ability to take that away from Americans. That they'll never get to this country, in my view. They just won't. They'll continue. The UN will seep in. The NATO will seep in. They'll centralize different agencies. But as long as the American spirit stays alive through the veins of the average citizen, and people need it. The middle class in our country is just, it's vanishing, right? Home prices, just milk prices, car prices, all those types of things, and that's all related to inflation and the fact that we continue to drive this national debt higher, and we're not cramping down on the Federal Reserve. So some of these things that over the past couple of decades are considered conspiracy theory, right? And that's a term that was created after JFK died, got his head blown off. Those things, conspiracy theorists. Well, the more people dig into them, then they'll realize these are fact-based conspiracies, which means there is an agenda to overthrow, not necessarily overthrow, but there's an agenda to bring down this country from inside, and from a stealth manner. It's a definite conspiracy. It's not theory.
Yeah, and here's your website for highstakestreason.com. How John Brennan compromised American security for millions. High stakes treason, bigger than Watergate. I agree, much bigger than Watergate, and great information on here. So fantastic job on this. What's the future for you?
Yeah, the future too. Thanks for asking. I've already started on a second edition of this.
Nice.
There's just so much information that's rolling out and developing, and as soon as we start hearing Brennan's name again in the mainstream with the subpoenas, I've already started on a second edition. So my goal, the book came out July 22nd. I let Steve Bannon know that I was working on it. As soon as I got the message from the publisher that it was live, Bannon had me on in 3 hours. It's Natalie Winters, one of his anchors that hosts me. He's out in the field. He calls in. He says, "This is the most exquisitely timed release of a book in the history of publishing." That's what Steve Bannon said about that, because Trump had the president of the Philippines in the Oval Office that day, and he called Obama out for treason. Dude, Obama likely was born in Kenya. I mean, this whole notion of this guy being born in Hawaii, give me a break. I don't buy it. He's a deep state plant, and he's a nice person. I suspect he seems cordial, diplomatic. He's got a nice tone to him, but he's a plant. He's a plant for this communist agenda. He's not an American. I don't believe it. I don't buy it. I mean, I don't. So what's next is the second edition, and I'd like to have that second edition out for June 22nd, which was when this one was released.
Fantastic. Yeah, that'd be great. So yeah, I highly recommend everybody get this book, High Stakes Treason. It's going to give you a lot of insights. Man, I could, like we talked about before the show, I could go in a lot of depth, a lot of stuff that you shared that I know in the background is absolutely true. So it's going to be something that's going to change, I think, mankind going forward, your book. So it's going to be very helpful. And, this video, this show, everyone share this like crazy, talk about it, get it out there, because this is how we take them down. This is the grassroots level. And, you're going to work your way up, and you're going to, get bigger, better shows as, this gets exposed. That's the way this works. So fantastic. Congratulations.
Michael, I appreciate it. And what people will get from the way that this book is written is they will understand the institutionalization of the way that the government has been intruded upon and invaded. It's systematic. It's highly intelligent. It's highly sophisticated. It's meticulous. These people are standing in the background. They're not urgent, right? They're not running an urgent. This is a multi-decade effort, and unfortunately for John Brennan, from the allegations that I present, he's left a paper trail. So there's absolutely no reason that he's not caught red-handed.
Fantastic.
And yeah, so that's the only other thing I would stress people to start questioning the UN.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. Yeah. I mean, you start to question that when President Trump went there with Melania, and they started, they turned the escalator off, and all kind of crazy stuff. So he wasn't welcome there, even though it's like you said, the United States basically funds the UN. So let's just cut them off. It's built on very unsacred ground. There used to be a slaughterhouse where the UN is. So.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
For cows?
It's built on, cows and whatever. It's an old slaughterhouse site. I guess the Rockefellers bought it and gave it to them to build a UN there. So crazy stuff.
Wow, I didn't know that. That's cool.
That's a good one, right? I didn't know that till just recently too. Somebody shared that with me. Oh wow. Hello everyone, it's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. Joined once again by Derek Johnson. Derek and I have done several shows over the last several months, military roundtables and all kind of crazy stuff. I really enjoy Derek's insights. He's got a wide range of information that he shares. He's got a great website if you've never been to it. The 1776. What's the name of that? The documents.info. That's where he's got excellent information. If you've never been there, highly recommend it. It'll be in the links. So Derek, I mean, you've been really exposing a lot of stuff throughout a long time. I mean, I just saw a picture where you're hanging out with President Trump, and you're speaking, and President Trump is listening to you talk to him. So it's kind of interesting to see that you're having some kind of influence there, because your insights, I believe, are incredible. What do you think is going on right now as far as like the military, coming after the deep state? What do you think is happening?
Well, I keep telling people, I know that they think that some of us are, dragging this out, and I'm like, I mean, as long as the law shows we're in a continuity of government, which it does, we're in a partial continuity of government, then there's still some moves on the chessboard that they're still moving about. I think a lot of times people think because, someone of your status, a former SEAL team chief or, Colonel Sellers, the other night they asked Colonel Sellers a question. He's like, that's out of my wheelhouse. I don't know that. And I mean, here we're talking about a full bird colonel, right? And I think so many people get caught up in titles the wrong way as well. It's great because you need them, but then you get caught up the wrong way thinking that just because you're a SEAL team, SITS or CIA or that you have all the answers. And I'm like, no, there's no way to know that. If we did, we would never have any conflicts because we'd always have the answers, ahead of time, and we could nip a lot of things in the bud a lot easier. So, but right now it's genius to me what they're still doing, because the end goal, I know some people out there just cannot comprehend that liberals or anything polar opposite than you should want to be brought onto the team. But that is exactly what the end goal is. It's never supposed to look like this. I hate the term politics because it was never supposed to be politics. It was supposed to be representatives working for us, the people, if you didn't want to be a representative. And they're supposed to do what we want them to do and what we need them for. And so as population grew, well, we needed representatives. We needed more representatives. And so, I don't like using names, but there's been a few examples out there of some people that I might as well just use one, but look at Marjorie Taylor Greene, who is someone that says a lot of MAGA stuff, says a lot of your key terms, but actually said something that contradicts everything. Now, some could still be playing roles in a different manner, but at this point in the game, saying that, not our war, it's not what you want to hear from any kind of patriot or MAGA or, whatever you want to title it, Republican conservative. So when Mark Levine called her a nimwit, I'm like, Mark Levine, he's in a role like you and I. He's not a congressman or woman, or a senator or anything like that. So he's just a guy who's sitting back here going, well, the Constitution says this, and the Declaration of Independence says this, and he's a foundational character. And he could, anybody can have a skeleton in their closet as far as like he could be being puppeted out there on Fox News, but he's still not a representative. So her saying that, and then you saw Ted Cruz get annihilated by Tucker Carlson for not knowing anything about Iran. And so there's another thing right there. So if you go back to the 2016 campaign, President Trump said that he said it this way, and he pointed at him. He said, this guy right here is the biggest liar out of all of these on the stage. And he was pointing to Ted Cruz. And then he called him Robin Hood. He had a nickname for him back then, called him Robin Hood. He said, this guy borrowed from Citibank and Goldman and Sachs and didn't report it in his reports. So, Goldman Sachs was one of there's a 385-page report on, and maybe more than that, but that's one of them that shows how Goldman Sachs was the key component of the 2008 financial recession. So, that's not someone you'd want to be borrowing money from and then that be on your record. So, all this stuff is still a takedown. And it's teaching people still, though, that like you and I have been talking about this for going on 3 years that I've known you, and teaching people consistency. And then what information you provide them, what kind of information is it? Is it something you can sink your teeth into that's, it's credible? And a lot of these people they just talk. Now, sometimes talks are productive, perspective, but I've always said if perspective don't lead to a solution, then it's just a bunch of hot air. And so a lot of these people are doing that, and a lot of patriots, conservatives, Republicans are learning firsthand to keep your friends close and your enemies closer. And the enemies closer are the ones who talk more like you and replicate you. A friend's going to be honest with you. Hey, Jaco, I don't think that shirt looks good on you, or but can do it in a way that don't hurt your feelings, but still be honest with you. Your enemies who are trying to replicate you, they're not doing that. They're brown nosers and posers, and they're saying everything they can to look the part, and they're pretty good, some of them. So that's what a lot of people are seeing right now with that play out. And then you see like Thomas the Massey, McConnell going, Rand Paul not running again. So a lot of these guys are being taken out, and it's just a continuous showing the continuous draining of the swamp. And there will be whatever you want to call it, there's going to be a silver lining in the sky for people, but I don't think it's not a destination stop. There won't be a hard stop day where they go, well, here's everything we did. It's a journey. And it's just getting people to see that.
Yeah, that's. I like how you brought up Ted Cruz, because Ted Cruz was vociferously, opposed to Trump becoming president, and really attacked him almost every day, horrifically.
Oh, big time.
And then we had Trump say something that basically was all stop, and then Ted Cruz went away. He said that his father happened to be running around the streets during the time frame where JFK was assassinated, and then it was like whoop, from his end. So we know that a lot of this stuff is basically military protocols and so forth that Trump understands on a very high level. That's why I think he likes to have you around, and you understand this on a very high level as well. The military symbolism, military operations, military law, military optics.